lakini wanakanyagia, lakini report wao wanaikanga sawa. All government institutions usually inakuanga hivyo, report wanaiweka venye iko, hawezi badilisha kitu just in case wafatwe baadaye. Lakini huko nje wanaanza kuongea, wanahonga judicial system. Hiyo ndio ile mahali yenye hiyo EACC na judicial system, mpaka tuwe tunaweza recall an MP. Tukiona MP amekuwa recalled once, sisi tuko sawa, So wase tuendelee kuendelea, na yangu ni tusome constitution, tusome inaitwaje auditors report, tusome World Bank reports, tusome Africa Development Bank reports, tusome European Union reports, tusome. Hata kama kuna msenya anaweza kuwa na interest za dig into these scandals, aendelee tu, lakini tusome. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. And I'd also like to add that ukienda kwa website ya Parliament ama Senate, you can even download the bills. So for me, I've been reading the bills, going one by one. I know your jargon, but it's so interesting to learn about these things. So we try as much as possible to read these things, because wanasemanga we don't read them, but we download and read. Thank you. Next speaker,
Huyo Koske.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Kimuzi, for hosting this space. So Nico Diaspora, and I've been...
Hi.
Sorry, can everyone hear me? I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, tunaweza kusikia. And Kimuzi,
Okay.
tame your libido, man. You're endangering us all.
Thank you. So nimekuwa nafuata kwa space, kwa X, na kwa every other social media, and I'm so grateful for what happened today. And
I think Missy Mski, unamsikia?
Mimi namsikia. You can go on.
Yeah. Congratulations everyone. Congratulations Kenyans and Gen Z millennials for this movement. 14 days ago vitu mingi imefanyika, so I'm so grateful to God, I'm so grateful to the movement. Kitu yenye nilikuwa nataka niseme ni kwamba unajua 2005, was it 2005 when Kibaki also dissolved the cabinets, and you know some of the cabinet members still remained in the public offices. So we are paying close attention to what this president is going to do, whether he's going to retain these people again or just retire them back home. Alafu tena, I support your auditing tuone pesa yenye wako nayo sahi, because so many of them have businesses outside, money, accounts, whatever outside Kenya. So I support that too. And then the other thing is, I was looking at a post made by one of us about the parastatals and the people who are on those parastatals, and most of them ni wakale. Nilikuwa naona trend yote ni wakale tu. Sijui nisome even 5 of them. I actually saw that post. Give me a minute, let me access my profile here. Sorry, give me just a minute.
No problem, take your time.
All right, thank you. So he post was made by Maju Alon at Jaokojo John Mark, and then akasema, I'll just read like maybe 10. Head of Civil Service Felix Koskei, Kenyan CEO Abraham Sarem, Kenya Power CEO Joseph Siror, Kenya Pipeline CEO Joe Sang, Energy and Petroleum and Regulatory Agency CEO Daniel Kiptor, Kenya Nuclear Regulatory Authority Director General James Keter, Ketraco Company Secretary Lydia Citiene, Kenya Ports Authority CEO William Ruto, Kemri CEO Elijah Songok, new KCC CEO Nixon Sige, and the list goes on until it's like 60. Na mimi nilikuwa naona kila mtu kwanza ni 66. Kila mtu hapa ni mkale. Mimi nashindwa, even Chemelil nilikuwa naona Chemelil Sugar CEO is Kiptoo Kiblum. We don't have other people, we don't have Kenyans, ni one tribe tu naona. So I'm so happy that this movement is Kenya-less, leaderless. tribeless. Tribeless, leaderless. So this movement is just, I'm so proud of you guys, and I'm so proud of myself to hear we've been pushing this hashtag for the last weeks, and I'm so proud of you. Keep on hashtagging. Mimi nataka tu Ruto aende, mimi nataka atoe awa ma parliament ministers, mimi nataka hao wote waende nyumbani. And so I'm so grateful and I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next, ile jina Kimuzi alikuwa anasema nilikuwa nashindwa kushika. You can speak next.
Anaitwa Katenomics.
Hiyo.
Thank you. Nikitonomics. Yeah, so thank you so much, Kimuzi, for giving me this chance and your co-hosts.
Itabidi umetuexplain hiyo jina ni gani kwanza, then uendelee.
Oh, so I'm an economist. So hiyo Keith ni jina yangu, then nika twist from economics na nikaeka hiyo economics. So ikakuwa Keith economics.
Ni rahisi hivyo.
Oh, sasa wazi.
Karibu tuanze kutafuta dictionary. Watani nilana hapa.
It's that simple. Yeah, so let me send my condolences to the families ya hao watu walilose maisha zao. And the first thing I wanted to talk about new story, after now that I'm dissolved your cabinet, let's not give this guy any chance of choosing incompetent leaders when wata agree na needs zake. Niko na a flu. Let me take steps kidogo tunarudi.
Okay. Yeah, you can just drop. We'll have Wamuyu, then Mzalendo, then we'll have
Leti first mkono pia.
Leti first, then Wamuyu, then Mzalendo.
So ni mimi naongea sasa.
Bro, go on.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Niko na mambo mengi ya kusema, but nataka kwanza kuencourage watu wachukue kitambulisho. Hawa Gen Z wachukue kitambulisho. Then you want to establish a minimum that if the year ends, kama watu wajaanza kuregister voting, the first Tuesday of 2025, tunaenda street. Watu wa register, because that is a weapon that I think the president wants to use. So we should check on that. Wataanza kudilidali appointing the commissioners nini, then we have a short period of people registering. So we need to focus on that. Then I want now to go to cabinet positions. I think as we are online, we should come up and say we need like 15 positions. And since Ruto atashinda which are these cabinet positions, we should come up with a list. Kama for example, the US have 15 cabinet secretaries, excluding the vice president and the attorney general. So we should come up with those positions. Tumwambie tunataka cabinet ikue 1, 2, 3 mpaka 15 maximum. Because if we just say like, thank you for sacking them, lakini ajui like how to restructure, we should come up with that. So that people who are making posters, mnanisikiza?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Yeah, so that these people who are making posters, we like, if we make the posters and we make it trend, Ruto atajua like 15 people are needed on the appointment of the new cabinet secretaries. We don't want political orphans na failures. Anybody mwenye amekuwa kwa debe akujagiliwa azikuwe kwa cabinet. Third one also should be appointed for us, like we are going to the streets because of that. So kesho tukiona Joho sijui nani tunaenda streets immediately, hakuna kusema sijui we occupy the street because of that. Number 4, we want immediate lifestyle audit for this sacked CSS. For example, Kuria ameenda kulikuwa na scandal ya sijui olive oil or something, Linturi fertilizer, Murkomen akona zake, Kindiki ameua watu, Kome Bungai, we want immediate lifestyle audit. Wakichaguliwa wali mention that they are worth this. So we want to know, these 22 months they have been in office, how much are they worth? If prosecution is needed, wakuwe prosecuted. Simple as that. Now, another one I want to challenge the president. Hizi stories za kusema sijui online jobs ni nini. Next time he mentions NEAMIS or ICT jobs, atuambie kazi moja tu yenye hao watoto wake anaweza fanya kina June. Wenye anaweza fanya. Asikuja tu kusema 3000 jobs in Ruiru, 4000 ya ICT hubs ni nini. Aseme tu. Then another thing, since he's been surrounded by a bunch of idiots, he needs to be visiting these places randomly. Asitangaza anaenda. Aenda hiyo Ruiru bila kusema anaenda. Aone ni watu wangapi wanafanya kazi. Hizo ICT hubs amefungua every ward. He needs to visit.
Na akikuja Ruiru akikuja Ruiru atanipata huko ni nyumbani.
Yeah?
Acha kudanganya watu. Akikuja Ruiru atanipata.
No, but what I want is, you know, now he's getting advice from a bunch of losers wenye wanamdanganya like, you know, government works wanakudanganya kazi hapa. So amke tu asubuhi aende kwa National Hospital aone the way people are suffering, asitangaze, because these people like PR. Aende huko Ruiru aangalie tu. Atashangaa like the way people have been lying to him. Now, kwa hawa sacked CSS, since we started feeling the pain of their incompetence, let's say early this year. So any appointment that was made, for example, juzi Murkomen ali elect or select brother wa Duale into the of roads or something like that. Equal null and void. So any appointment that has been made by these CSS who have been sacked since January, equal a minimum, waende nyumbani. Simple and clear. And then again, as he comes up with the new ministers, akiappoint, aseme kwamba now they'll take home 25 less of their salary. Because wanakuja wakijua kwamba the salary I'm going to earn is 25% of what hao wengine walikuwa na earn. Because the country is struggling, we have to live in our means. Yes. Lastly, I want to address hizi stories of abductions. Probably kama unatumia Samsung or Android, itakusaidia sana wakati unakuwa abducted. So hapo kuna it can help you. Hapo kwa emergency, anyone can do it. But I'm using Samsung, so I want to advise people when you're on Samsung, they can do this. Mnanisikiza sio?
Tunakusikia mzee, endelea.
Yes. So kwa emergency, you can edit. Kuna mahali una edit your emergency contacts. You can put like 5 people. You can also, in case of an accident, like umeshikwa na you are unconscious, you can put your blood group nini. But the important thing now, hapo kwa emergency contacts.
Hapo mali umesema you can put 5 people. Mimi
Yes.
nalalanga sana, msinieke.
No, now you tell your friends. You see, if you put someone. Wewe sasa unamwambia, if you put someone, mostly inakuwa notified. So for example, if I'm abducted and I said that, I have my friends I've notified. So if I'm abducted, I press the power button 5 times. I'm sure everyone has that chance, like pressing haraka like hivyo. What happens is, your friends when you make a emergency contact, wanatumiwa message like emergency, this person akona emergency, anatumiwa location, and that location, hata kama location yako iko off, that location inakuwa activated for the people you've put in your emergency contact, and it updates every 15 minutes. So that one can help kwa nini abduction. Mtu anapata message na location, sometimes hata inachukua picha, inamtumia picha. So kama wewe ama yule mwingine anajaribu kushika simu yako, anatumia picha, the selfie, it really helps. You can even test with your phone or your friend ujaribu. Now what happens is, now you tell your friends, now mimi nimekuweka kama emergency contact. So if you get the first message, maybe sometimes simu inaweza jifinya. But if you can cancel kama imejifinya by mistake. But now if your friend gets it twice or thrice, then they know like, okay, seriously, this person is ako kwa shida. They don't have to call you. Wafuate tu, anatumiwa location kwa maps, anatumiwa message na picture. So that can help like tracking. Huyu mzee amesema amekuwa abducted, ako wapi? Unaona? You can also install antivirus, like Bitdefender is around $20 per year. Mtu akiweka wrong pin kwa simu yako like 3 times, inachukua selfie, ya the person who is trying to open your phone. So hata simu yako ikichukuliwa ama nini inakuwa inakuwa sent immediately to your account. So kesho utakuja kuangalia, okay, this person mwenye kwa simu yangu ni nani, picha yake imeshachukuliwa. It will help kwa hizi security na stories abduction. Tuendelee, let's push, RUTO must go, but I insist we have to set smart goals. RUTO must go as we speak now for the ballot. But if we set these other minimums zenye ni attainable, atukae kama although we are leaderless, we know the goals that we want to achieve are realistic and achievable and timely. Asante sana kwa hii mic. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Milan, naona unapotea ukirudi as the co-host. Uko sawa?
Yeah, the network issue, but niko poa sasa.
Sawa. So
Kimuzu unaweza nitoa?
Tutakutoa. So tuende kwa
Iko sawa, ni amerudi mzuri saizi.
sawa. Tuende kwa Stay Hidden
Miss Ngige.
Oh,
na
thank you
Miss Ngige.
Kimozi. Kama kuandamana kwa streets imesaidia Ruto dissolve cabinet, sasa mimi nitakuwa naandamana hivyo kwa space zako. Anyway, so it's a good thing that Ruto has fired the CASAs, but nilikuwa nafikiria from the beginning there's something that he announced. Ruto is a cunning man, and I think he's one step ahead of us in something that we don't know. So yeye kufire au kina Murkomen na kina nani, he's done a very good thing. He's actually made me happy. I know it was not in vain. Eric died, Kimuzi, and I'm so happy because you recognized Eric Shieni. He was a loving man. He was, he was good, and he did not deserve to die vile aliuliwa. So anyway, to cut my long story short, I'm trying to say we should not stop now. We should not let Ruto be comfortable, because he's actually just started doing what we want him to do. The next thing he should do, he should give the people the opportunity to choose the cabinet secretaries ambao watu wana feel they are going to deliver the services. In case these people are incompetent, Ruto is not going to he's going to say those are the people that you guys chose. Na pia hiyo cabinet secretaries asituletea hao academic dwarfs au watu walienda kununua certificates huko nini, na kuna watu wenye wamesoma and they are fit for that job. So I think when we're pushing for the maandamano on Tuesday, that will be one of the things that should be kwa list. Give us the opportunity to choose the people we want and let us be represented kwa hiyo cabinet secretaries. Don't bring Joho in this cabinet secretary. We don't need him. We don't want him. There are people who have already qualified for those positions. Why do you give Murkomen nafasi ya kukua CS wa barabara? What does he know about roads? Seriously? So let us push. Let us not give up right now. Someone said that nyinyi watu wenye mko diaspora ndio mna push wengine kufanya nini. If you follow politics, I think you guys saw Boris Johnson was the prime minister of UK, and he resigned because he was getting pressure either from the conservatives MP na nini na akaenda home. So we are not supposed to give up now or sit back and relax and say Ruto amefanya. No, he's not done anything. He's just started. So guys, let's keep doing this. Let us not stop. Let us demand to be represented in those cabinet secretary positions. What our medical interns waseme who they feel is the good representative for the health sector. Hiyo kwanza, hiyo sijui ministry of what, hizo vitu za babu na mwamba, hiyo upozi yake pia, wacha sisi tukuwe represented kwa sababu sisi ndio tunajua what our problem is, so let us not give up now, please. Let us not sit back and think that imeisha, haijaisha, and you've seen what the maandamanos can do. I hope everyone has seen. Hao wenye walikuwa wanasema digital workers, revolution haijai kuwa revolution online and what, hizo shenanigans hizo za ujinga. So you guys that are on the ground, you've done a good job, and I salute you guys so much. So let's keep the fire burning. Asante Kimozi. I've said anytime unaweka space hata mi nitaandamana hadi nipate nafasi ya kuongea. Asante.
Shukran. Kulikuwa na Saiden, and the way you talked about Eric Sheni, I knew the family and everything, and it was such a sad story, and hiyo kitu ndio ilinipea motisha hadi mwisho, and that's why nilikuwa na jam sana for being betrayed, because we should be on course to fight for justice. Lazima hao kila cops washikwe, lazima hao rogue cops washikwe. Staden.
So Kemuzi, Eric was like a cousin to me. He's ni ile tu ni distance cousin ya sijui anko ya nani, but we come from the same place, and it is one of the most heartbreaking things that have happened kwa hii maandamano. And someone has said a very good thing. Now that Kindiki is out of the office, we should push for him to be arraigned in court, because he does not have the powers zenye zilikuwa zinamprotect from kukuwa prosecuted na nini. So I think with the Law Society of Kenya and all those legal things, we can push for him to get arrested.
Precisely. Thank you. Staden, you can take the mic.
Yes, am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, so on me, naweza sema what RUTO has played ni chess move wengine kali, is a good chess move, na on our aspect tunaweza itumia hiyo kama on our advantage tumcounter before ya tuweke checkmate. Mwenye ameona hii chess move ni the lady who has spoken before me, Miss Njagi, I guess. For example, RUTO ni mtu skima, ni mtu atakaa chini hata address kitu head on, atakaa chini apange exhaust all options ndio attack. In this way RUTO ameona I'd rather lose this battle, wacha niwapatie hii battle waone nime lose, but ni wa counter ahead. Heri you at the end of the day ni wa counter ahead. Assume tuko kwa kuna ile msemo fulani wanasema una change monkeys kwa forest tofauti, the same monkey. So RUTO anapiga hii chess move hivi, yeye make sure nikiwapatia win ya nikidissolve cabinet, kitu itakuwa imebaki ni nini? Ni appoint cabinet secretaries. Nisipofanya hivyo mtapresson hadi mfunge loopholes zenye ziko kwa constitution zenye zinawasaidia wao wakuwe wanaiba. In this aspect RUTO ame-dissolve cabinet, but bado akona chance ya kuelect people based on political loyalty. Either atakuwa anaregesha wale ama kivingine, ama ata-elect wengine, lakini bado itakuwa ni under political loyalty, si based on what, si based on competence. Na venye Miss Njagi amesema, tunafaa to counter each chess move immediately before I appoint the next CS. Tunafaa tukuwe na, I'd say this, big wigs in Twitter, kina Kimuzi and all that, should host like Twitter polls on policies zenye za kuelect wenye watakuwa appointed the next CS based on competencies, policies zenye zita address such things, so that in case RUTO appoints the next set of CSs, watakuwa ni based on competence. In this aspect, hata watoto wetu, hata tuache RUTO, hata tukuje the next president ama the next regime after RUTO, itakuwa already iko inscribed in the constitution. So watoto wetu wataenda kwa streets for the same thing, ati president wa hiyo time yao pia anatumia the same, ana-elect cabinet secretary on political loyalty. So I guess tunafaa to counter hii move very early. Juu hata aki-appoint the next cabinet secretaries, kuna loopholes zenye ziko bado watatumia ku steal. And what I'll discuss more ni PFM Act, Public Finance Management Act. Hiyo ndio kitu nadai kudiscuss more. Kimuzi, am I still audible?
Yes, we can
tunakusikia
hear
poa
you.
kabisa.
Yes, sasa Ruto Kenya amefanya leo ni I'll give you another political move yenye ilifanyika wakati wa World War II. Hitler alicheki nikiattack hawa wengine bado huku East Russia wako na formidable force na wanaweza nisumbua. Hitler akaenda akaongea na Stalin. Instead Stalin amsumbue, amwambie tugawanye, sijui ilikuwa ni Poland, tugawanye Poland, we ndio usinisumbue. Yeye Hitler kwake ni Stalin asimsumbue. Yeye Stalin since anaona atapata some part of it, kaende. So that's what Raila has done with Ruto. Wamerealize tukiendelea kupress on, tutaendelea kupress on, kuna zile madeni yao watu wameiba wote pamoja, na kuna malupo wameweka kama ile loopholes ya conflict of interest na zingine zenye wameweka pamoja. Tukiendelea kupress, kama umeobserve of late for the past 2 weeks kumekuwa na influx of corrupt deals zenye zimetokea, pesa unaccountable, nani pesa mingi, pesa mrefu. Those deals wamerealize tukiendelea kupress on tutafikia those deals, na tukiendelea kufikia those deals wote wataenda home. Imefika point heri wote waungane, but tusifikie hiyo point, watupatie the small wins, but tusirelent, tusistop on the small wins. Tuendelee to make sure clear the system. Kama kuna loopholes clear with policies zenye zimewekwa kwa constitution. Tusiamini Ruto akisema tu ametoa cabinet secretaries. Kwa sababu gani? Tumia example ya the same person. Ruto kuna time alisema ametoa sijui ni CAS akina Omanga, those position akina Omanga walikuwa na hold, akasema ameachana nazo, sijui after court imesema whatever. Juzi tena anatuambia okay basi hakutakuwa na CAS. What does that mean? CAS walikuwa wanalipwa, all that while CAS walikuwa wanalipwa. Kwa hivyo Ruto akisema ametoa cabinet secretaries, tunafuatilizie pia hawalipwi kwanza, na pili kama ata elect the next, tumemwekea policies zenye already zitawekwa, kama kuna venye zitawekwa kwa constitution, hata saidia kuelect, hata elect based on political loyalty rather than competency. But so on another thing, naweza suggest pia tukuwe na kama venye tunakuaga na post ya what things we really need zenye na advocate for, na naweza suggest tukuwe na posters specifically na venye government officials, whether ni president mwenye yuko sahihi ama mwenye anakuja 10 years later, ama cabinet secretaries wenye wako sahihi ama wenye wanakuja 10 years later, on how to kutumia public funds zetu vizuri, so that tusirudi tena kwa streets for the same reason. Why am I saying so? On my own simple analysis, I'm not that resourceful, but on my own simple analysis, shida zetu mingi ama naweza sema 90% of our problems zinakuja with the misuse of public funds. For example, sahi tuna experience punitive taxes kama finance bill, zile za lands, sijui ICT Act, zinakuwa so punitive. Hatuoni any significant development. Unemployment iko too high, especially for the youth, too high. Education system yetu haiko competent kabisa. Tunafaa tupigia revamp of the education system. Ati unalana hapa become Kenya, but huwezi enda kuandikwa job in a developed nation juu your education qualities standards ziko chini. Tunafaa tutoe. Another thing, businesses in a shutdown every now and then. From prices of products zimekuwa increase, na initially prices of products increase, hakuna any significant increase in salaries. Watu wengi wameandikwa job aoni, since for example naweza sema kama from 2019 hadi sahi, kama ulikuwa na tao ime lose 50% of its value. Na ukiambia mtu kuna mtu ameongezewa mshahara from 2019 to 2020, very few people can say wameongezewa mshahara. Hiyo ni system. politicians wana thrive kukiwa na hiyo poverty, unless to address systemic issues, policies zenye zita address these things, tutaendelea kuexperience these things. Na I have done a thread hiyo yenye wanasema sijui public debt audit, it's already nimefanya, ukipitia kwa maininio utaziona, na nitapost hapa kwa ninio kwa group kwa hii chat, mpitie mzione. Situation is worse right now, but tusipoeka specific policies on how to manage our public funds, situation will be worse.
No extrajudicial killings, there will be no abductions, and he will do things and he will work as per the constitution, which he has terribly failed to do. We are seeing extrajudicial killings, we are seeing abductions, people are being abducted unconstitutionally, people are being killed so badly. Just yesterday, we saw 6 bodies of women being retrieved from a quarry in Mbakasi. That is so sad, and this should not be happening. So loyalists, this fight, we can't let it go like that. We must avenge our brothers and sisters who are being killed. And we can do that by airing our views, by speaking out, by getting out and protesting, and make sure that RUTO goes. It's not yet over. He must go, but before he does that, the IBC must be formed. After the IBC is formed, he must go to Parliament and dissolve Parliament. And after he does that, we go back to the voting, we vote in new faces. People in government that are controlling this country must go home. People are making businesses with government, eating our money, must go home. I will not speak much. I still have time. I'll speak later. Let me give time and space for others also to speak. But thank you so much, guys, for being here. Let us push, push, and push. Thank you. Baba Love, you can speak.
Yo, welcome back. Sijui ulikuwa umepotelea wapi. But we are waiting you for so long here. Alongside me, kuna Boni hapo as my co-host. So you people, my people. Huyu jamaa anasemanga aje?
Mapipo Manila.
Good morning. Tena mimi nililala bwana. Unanisikia?
Bana, yo unalala aje 10 hours bana?
Bro, hii ni Nairobi my friend. Hata RUTO doesn't give a damn whether I sleep or not, but hata loot to taxes.
Melala hadi ya Tuesday.
Bana, na nimelala hadi ya Tuesday. So nikiamka Tuesday tunaenda
Changa
Tuesday. Yeah, so good morning guys. I hope you guys are well. And it's a new day, another time to say #RUTO must go. And man, Tuesday is coming and naweza tu waomba man, Tuesday tunaenda kupicket. Tuesday tunaenda kutake, tunaenda kuexercise constitution maze, whatever is in the constitution. We have to fight for our country. And time is ripe bro, time is ripe man. Hatuwezi endelea kukaa hapo man. I'm sure you all saw those bodies man, and we are being kidnapped in our country. Our bodies are being found dead in our country, and those are our brothers and sisters, those are our mothers. Unapata mother na mtoi amekatwa amekwa kwa gunia. It's not right man. So if you didn't have a reason enough to go to the streets, that is a major reason to go to the street. This is the time where we have extrajudicial killings, people are being murdered, people are missing, man. tunakuwa kidnapped left, right and center, and you need to be mad enough to go to the streets maze. Tusiendele isikue bado tunapatia wase reason ya kwenda kwa streets. Kama una fare, tunatafuta venye tunatumia na fare man. Isikue issue ati mi siendi nini cause sina fare nini. No man, lazima utuende streets, lazima tupiganie nchi yetu, lazima tukambie government, enough is enough. Is enough. Mi hata saizi nimetumia vulgar language yangu, nime-extort vulgar language yangu yote na sina vulgar language anymore. But what I want to tell you guys is that we need to go and take our country back. We need to go fight the government and take our country back because our care maze. These people don't care. Our say wameishi kwa loot hadi ni kama it's a way of life to the point that was pollute wana feel ni kama there's something amiss. Yeah, so it's high time we woke up. Now si bado wanasema sijui give dialogue a chance man. To hell with dialogue maze. Ile time ya dialogue ilishapita. Talking stage tulishapita. Talking stage tuliache relationships zina fail. Unaget. So right now we don't have a relationship with the government. We don't need a talking stage. We don't need to talk to the government. We just want them to go home. And once they go home, we keep them accountable. All these, mimi sijawahi ona, nataka hizo jail, hizo kamiti maze, nata atuwapeleki majuu. Na deal tu nao hapa. They have to go to jail. All these people with blood in their hands. Kina Koome hawa, they have blood in their hands. They have blood in their hands and they have to pay for it. Maze, this is a new Kenya. This is a new country. This is not the old country where we had old people. Wenye walikuwa nafinywa balls wasema ati ni sawa. This is not the Moi era wenye watu walikuwa nafinywa Nyayo House. No. And I'm glad history was written so that we can redefine history. And now we have the chance to rewrite history. And this is the time to rewrite history. So before you think about saying how wewe ni introvert, wewe unakuanga mpole, think about the Kenya tomorrow for the children of your children. Wataishi aje? Akauja jam, endo one venye ama polisi wamekuwa, I shared those images. Ona venye police brutality bado iko hapa Kenya. Na ni kama polisi wako too brainwashed, hawana humanity anymore. As much as we are trying to show the policemen that you are one of us, nyinyi ni kama tu mandugu zetu. No. Once wako kwa streets, they forget all that nonsense. So, maze, let's rewrite this history. Let's go down the history as people who changed their country. And other African countries are watching us, man. They're taking examples from us. Ugandans wanawish wangekuwa sisi. South Africans wanawish wangekuwa sisi. Na ni revolutions ngapi zimefanyika South Africa? Watu wamekuwa wakiuliwa bado na wana give up. Maze tusi give up. The fact that walituua, that's a trigger enough that those lives are not going 6 feet under in vain. Maze kama mlisikia venye madhe alikuwa analia kwa hiyo nini, kwa hiyo town hall. Akiuliza mtoi wangu wako wapi? Imagine ni mama yako. Analia, son wangu wako wapi? Boniface wako wapi? Anauliza Pius Osoro wako wapi? Nataka tu mtoto wangu mniletee mtoto wangu hapa. Alikuwa karibu kusema hata kama amekufa mniletee nitazika. Imagine. So, man, we can't live like this anymore. We can't continue living like this. So look at yourself in the mirror. Even before we come to these spaces and open our mics and saying we give dialogue to the government, usijifanye we ni Mkenya umeokoka. Hapa uokovu tunaweka kando, we're going to save our country. Na kama umeokoka, Yesu alishakukufia. It's now our turn to die for our country, by the way. Guys have died for our country. So put your salvation kando kidogo, wake up, smell the coffee, and say, yenyewe, this is our country. We need to go take back. Power belongs to the people. Power does not belong to an individual who thinks that he elected himself. Me to date, sijawai believe Ruto alishinda kura, by the way. Sijawai. And I'm glad people like Akina Raila in the opposition have shown their real faces. They're just opportunists and they need to go back home. And this is not something about tribalism. Mimi hata kama ni Mswahili anaenda kuwekwa hapo juu replace Ruto, bora anatufanyia kazi ni sawa. Hata kama ni anatoka from the minority tribe na anaweza lead, wacha aka lead. Me, I'm not interested in power. I just want the right things to work for us in Kenya. I want the right rules. I want our constitution to not be altered. I need it to work. We have the best constitution in Africa. Why are they altering it? So that it benefits 2 or 3 individuals. What about the 52 or 60 million others? Come on, guys. And then they keep on saying, oh, bottom up, mama mboga. Na hao ndio sasa wanaumia. Hao ndio sasa watoto wao wanauliwa. Mama mboga walikuwa wanatupigia PR hapo. Ndio sasa mtoto wake anauliwa, anapata mtoi wake kwa gunia. Come on, man. We can't live like this. Maze kauja jam, that's a good reason ya kujam. Kauja jam ya kutosha, that's a good reason ya kujam. Na hii story, au maleaders wanaongea wanaongea vernacular, wanaongea lugha yao, waki-incite, ati wanasema, ati this fight is not for us. They can go to hell. This fight is for all the 42 tribes. This fight is not for a handful group of people from Kenya. As long as una bleed damu ya red na unaishi Kenya na uko na ID, bro, this is a fight for you. Saizi unataka kuambia ulipie ID. Unalipiaje ID na we ni Mkenya? Unalipia aje ID na we ni Mkenya? Aje? Aren't our taxes not enough yenye tunakuwa hapa? Pei saizi unakatwa almost mshahara mzima, bado unataka kulipia ID. Mademo unataka kutaxiwa pads juu a few individuals wanaweza afford tampons. Na kama una feel hiyo kitu si kitu ya kujamii enough, we ni kijana, kesho utataka kuoa, utataka kusettle down, utaza mtoi dem, utafili nonsense bro. Utafili kitu dem yako anataka kumbaie pads, utafili kitu. Usidhani kitu haiku hit directly. Saizi unga ni how much? Ugali is our staple food in Kenya. How much is unga? Sasa hata kwenda kubai skuma ni pressure. Mama mboga lazima afige skuma because pia anataka kuget profit. Na hata hiyo profit haimsaidii. Come on guys. Airtime sasa ni how much? Ukienda kubai airtime ya so, huwezi ongea nao hata 20 minutes isha die. Man, to cover tax kwa hii country, na hata to feel taxes, inatuumiza tu even more. Sai landlords wanaongeza rent because pia wamefinyika, wanaambiwa sijui walipe land rates, sijui nini. Look at it, the economy is in shambles. The country is in shambles. We're in a pathetic situations. Yet, some stupid MP, some stupid sijui leader anatuambia venye kona Range Rover 20 million, 45 million Range Rover. Guys, hiyo pesa wanatoa wapi? Hii luxury ya kubai magari 45 million. Hii kitu by the way, tukifukuza Ruto kwa hiyo staff, all these MPs, all these governors, all hizi ama leaders, pesa yao inakatwa so that wasikuwe na tamaa ya leadership. Hizi CDF sijui nini zikuwe scrapped off because hizo ndio maana wanakimbia huko wakule hiyo pesa. Money should go back to the people. Madaktari walipwe according to their profession. Ati saizi a member of parliament analipwa kushinda daktari. Member of parliament amelipwa kupiga kelele kwa parliament na na pass punitive laws, anataka kulipwa more. Na daktari mwenye amekaa medical school for 7 years, mwingine ameongeza 7 years ingine ndio apate PhD, ndio kutibu vizuri, analipwa sijui aje. Walimu who are the backbone of our country wenye wamekuwa kitufunza. Mwalimu mwenye anakupanguza matako kama wewe ni mdogo from baby class, analipwa kama trash. Man, Teachers who made us who we are today. Ama tulizaliwa tukijua Kizungu, ulizaliwa ukijua Kiswahili, au kuzaliwa ukijua hizo stuff, but they pumped that knowledge in us and they're being paid like trash. Man, let's go back to our senses, maze. Hii ujinga tribalism ya wazazi wetu tupilie mbali. Hii ujinga ya kukua tu led kama sheep. Bora amesema tuende hivi tunaenda. We are not sheep, man. That's why you went to school. To identify yourself from the sheep. We si mjinga, so usikue mjinga maze. Na ukiona neighbor wako anakuwa mjinga, mwambie, point it out. Ukiona mzazi wako anakuwa mjinga, point it out. They won't kill you. Man, let's fight back for our country. If you're not mad enough, you have a reason to be mad. Go back and say enough is enough. Kama una fair, Tuesday tunatuma fair. Tunatuma fair na una make sure umetokea street. And this is not the time to con us. Mtu akiamua kutumia somojo kuje streets. Hii si time ya kutukon. This is the time to be hungry for change. Be hungry for change, man. Those are your brothers who died there. Those are your brothers who were abducted. Na kama unalipwa kufake abduction, shame on you. Shame on yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror and say you are stupid. You are a letdown. Come on, man. Let's, at least for once, let's speak in one voice. This is not the time for division. This is not the time for division. And they've used enough tactics to divert our attention, and enough is enough. We are not giving idiots the mic to speak nonsense to us anymore. Those few individuals who are trying to get easy, this is not a gain space. Kujapa kutafuta followers. No. We don't need followers, we need change. So bro, look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what am I doing for my country? If I die today, how am I going 6 feet? Am I going proud? I fought for my country. I fought for change. I was part of those shenanigans wenye walikuwa na matumbocrats, kina ma-DVD, who've joy-ridden, wame-joyride in the opposition for the longest time. Kumbe kitu walikuwa nataka tu ni deal, kukata uta deal. Bro, ama politicians wako majuu wanasoma, wanapata first class education, and look at us, walimu wana strike daily. Lecturers wana strike daily. Umelipa fees lakini maze uwezi enda shule because lecturers wame strike for 2 months. Unalipa NHIF, sijui SHIF, lakini uwezi enda to a good hospital. Juu hauna to. As much as uko na NHIF, uwezi enda Aga Khan. Ama unaweza enda Aga Khan, uafford Aga Khan. Saizi ukigongwa na ugonjwa wengine serious. Si WhatsApp group utaweka tukuchangie pesa tukulipie nini? Mwili yako ukikufa saizi na uko na bills kwa hospitali, mwili yako itakuwa arrested in the hospital because funds hazijamalizwa. Come on guys, we need to fight for a better country, a better leadership, and as penye tumefika, we do not need these leaders who are there. We need them to go home, and after that we need them to go to jail because that is where they belong. Me, I want to see a jail full of politicians because they walituua, wakaiba mali ya umma. Hiyo mali ya umma lazima irudishwe. All power belongs to the people. Article 1 of the Constitution. Read your Constitution. Tumesoma, sisi si wajinga. Read your Constitution. And be mad enough to go to the streets on Tuesday. Poleni nimerant kwa hii space. Alice, go ahead.
Can I talk?
Okay, talk.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ayo, for the let me say the speech. First of all, according to Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya, every person has the right to peacefully and unarmed to assemble and demonstrate, to picket, and to present their petitions to the public authorities. Okay, so mtu yote anasema ati on Tuesday siji anaogopa kutakuwa na police brutality. No, the article, the Kenyan Constitution is supporting us. So kindly everyone atoke on Tuesday, because on Tuesday itakuwa a very big day. Let me say a very big day, because we're going to fight for our country. We're going to take back our country. Na jana I was in a space, I was co-hosting a space. Na mtu alipewa mic. I gave someone a mic. Actually, I was giving the older guys a mic. So niliona kwa profile yake alikuwa someone older, right? Nikampatia mic. Then the first thing is he started saying as mi naona Ruto should not go. Ruto should not go. So these guys, it's like this information haijawafikia, guys. A lot of people are still in the dark. It was telling us to be patient. When people are still dying, people are losing their lives. Bodies tuliona jana literally were being found, chopped, sliced, kama nguruwe, then thrown into a swamp, thrown place, vitu zina uchafu zinatupwa. The kind of inhuman behavior, what kind of inhuman behavior is that? Then someone anasema we need to give Mr. Ruto time. We need to give Zakayo time. There's no time. Then there's another lady, I think alikuwa anaitwa Mundu. When I gave her a chance to talk, anasema ati Kenyans are complaining because we don't pay taxes and we're trying to evade our taxes. When we try to explain to her that we need accountability and we need to see our taxes actually working in the construction, in the development of our country, she kept saying that most of us are evading taxes. So guys, I think these are government bloggers. Don't let tusiwapatie tena chance. These guys are trying to get to bring confusion onto us, guys. On Tuesday kila mtu atoke, na vile Ayo amesema, hii si relationship inaanguka ya kuongea, si talking stage. There's nothing like that. We have to fight because unaona sahi Ajikome anajifanya ame resign, anajaribu kuhepa kenye imefanyika under his leadership, but we have to now take charge and take control. We have to take him home because now he has no power. Sorry,
Nani wanaongea?
unaweza nisikia?
We Shadrack bwana, kama uongei we mzee. Endelea nini? Endelea. Keith.
So nasema mtu now that he has no power, we have to take charge. We have to take control because sahi ana mtu atamsupport. You know, previously alikuwa na a lot of power, alikuwa anaona ko juu, we could do anything because they were the ones who are prosecuting people. Now we have to prosecute this guy. We have to take cases to actually siji tutapeleka cases wapi juu aipoa iko compromised, DCI, NIS. So guys, it's upon us. Kila mtu ajitokeze. These guys are going home and I'm promising you guys they are going home. According to Article 244 of the Constitution of Kenya, inasema police brutality haifai kuwa, but what have we seen? What have we seen in the previous demonstrations? Police ni kama mbwa. You know, a dog, once imeonja blood, it will keep looking for this blood. Tuseme imekula kuku yako, itakuwa inazidi kukula more and more and more. Uliona in the demonstrations, these police walikuwa na abduct watu, right? They were abducting people na ilikuwa usiku. Hiyo ni overtime. So kumaanisha these guys ni mambwa, wanatumiwa na these politicians to clean up their messes. They're being treated as dogs, but they don't see. Guys, it's our time. Hawa tunasema hapa stories za dialogue. Manze, hiyo story hakuna. There's nothing like dialogue. We are going to fight on Tuesday. Then Kama utaki kuweka hiyo hashtag yetu ya Ruto must go in every post of yours, utatuambia kama we ni Uganda na Nigeria. Kindly. Hiyo hashtag yetu lazima izidi kusonga mbele. We have to. Kuna watu wanauza hapa uoga ati on Tuesday goons have been paid. Kwani are you among the goons? Wewe ulikuwa hapo? Were you among the goons? There's nothing like goons have been paid. On Tuesday kila mtu anaishia streets. Na kama unafea bila yeye amesema utasema utumiwe. On Tuesday everyone kindly, I don't even know why I'm saying kindly, na to lose people on the streets. We lost a lot of people, guys. Watu walikuwa nashutiwa kakuku in a board. People are dead. Then mnakuja kuuza hapa uoga. You are telling us we need dialogue. What dialogue? That's bullshit. There's no dialogue. How can you talk with your killers? Unaongeaje na killer wako? There's nothing like that. Then this other thing of tribal issue. Gladys Wanga anaendaje anaambia watu ati Luos have been fighting for this country for the longest period of time. Ati last year in the demonstrations, the 75 people that died were Luos. Alafu this recent demonstration, the 42 people walikufa, most of them were Luos. Ati it is not our fight. And she goes ahead and says ati ukisikia jirani yako anapigana na bibi yake ati ufai kuingilia. Kwani Luos are we the ones wenye hii tax haitu affect? Sisi tunatumiwa pesa monthly na Ruto. There's nothing like that. Mimi Luo, I can be a Kikuyu, I can be a Kalenjin, I can be a Kamba, I can be a Meru if I want. There's nothing like an exclusive tribe. So guys, on Tuesday, kindly tutoke to the streets, we fight as a country, as a common mwananchi affected by the current situation in Kenya. Ruto akona ujeuri na akona kiburi. We need accountability. These guys are thieves. I was really happy nimeamka hapo 5 napata the first video Al Jazeera wanaanguka nayo. They are shaming these guys. So guys, tuendelee. Watu wanatuangalia. People are watching us. Hii kitu shafika worldwide. Imeenda international. Kila mtu on Tuesday tena watajua we don't want Ruto. Ruto is now trying to play games with us, anajaribu kutupima akili. How do you fire cabinets wote then unaacha the unconstitutional seat hapo kai imebaki, unaachia Musalia Mudavadi because he supported you during the campaigns? That is bullshit. Hiyo ni ujinga tutaki. How do you do that to your people? Ni kama unatusaliti and giving people. Then Gachagua pia tusisahau, this guy is also joking with us. Remember he said in government kuna shareholders na the shareholders ndio lazima wapangwe kwanza ndio the others watakuja. Ati kama ukuweka doa hapo, wewe utabidi ungoje. What is that? Then this guy has been advocating every single day and every single time about Mount Kenya. Kwani is he only a deputy wa Mount Kenya? Guys, these guys wanatupima. There's nothing kama dialogue, number 1. Hakuna kitu kama tribe, number 2. We need accountability, number 3. Kindly on Tuesday tutoke twende kwa streets. Thank you so much. Na on Tuesday tutoke kwa streets.
Thank you so much. Keith, I really appreciate your time. Tuesday tuenda kwa streets. Oh yeah, Alice, are you there? And guys, I have like 27 requests. Nikki, ukishaongea, please allow me to drop you so that all these other people they get to speak. Alice, are you there, Alice? Alice? Okay. Okay, let's go to Kim. Kim Tai, are you there? Kim Tai? Okay. Nacheza topa speakers na mtaki kuongea. Allah. I will go with the guys who have the nataka kuna na watu nilipata hapa kwanza. Mr. Yuti, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Yeah, speak to us, bro. Speak to us. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Mi naitwa Mr. Yuti from Nakuru. Yes, sir. So I want to add my own version of the whole story. I want to talk about, first of all, I want to remember all the fallen soldiers. Nataka tuwakumbuke tu because they lost their lives with the same aim that we have. They had ambitions. Walikuwa wanakufia country kama vile sisi tunataka kukufia. So family wenye waliachwa, manze, God awasaidie. mpate mjiconsole na mpate peace na God awasaidie mpate answers. Yes, na tusaidie government ianze kuwa accountable. So I want to start talking about the system. Guys, kwa watu wenye wanasema ati unakosa motivation ya kwenda nini? Inaitwa aje, maandamano. How? Kwani unaishi country gani? At the end of the day, unaafektika na kila kitu. Tebu angalia, kwanzia hata kwa data. Nowadays, nasikia hata kuweka sijui airtime siku hizi imereduciwa hata kama 100 bob inakaa nikaa 30 bob. So unaafektika in one way or another. You come into things kama come to Hosi. Do you know, have you ever had an experience kukuwa na mgonjwa ameenda Hosi na analazwa na unaenda public hospital? Do you know the experience you go through? Unajua na watu wangapi hudedi because emergency hazichukuliwi? Umefika hapo na accident because of what? The system, hakuna facilities. But unasikia wase wa gava wana waste mado, sijui ameenda matrip, sijui nini, and then unasema hauna saiki ya kwenda maandamano. How? Azinashanga ama you think hautajipata mahali penye utenda hiyo Hosi, ama time utahitajia government nini, sema unataka visa ama unataka kitu kaa hiyo kwa emergency, and then upatane na services za gava. Hapo ndo utajua need ya why we need to change the system. It is rotten, hakuna kitu ina work, nothing works. If kama ushaienda hata kwa hizi nini, kwa offices za KRA, I wish just do this. Kama una feel how yuko affected, ama una feel ni aje naogopa kwenda, unajua ni kama kunaambiagwa it's a lose-lose. Like ni kama ukianza biashara, you have to risk for you to gain. If you don't risk, kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha utaanza hiyo biashara. So saa hii hata tukikosa kwenda hiyo maandamano, we still die. Tunaweza kamata tuliwe anytime. So kwenda na kukosa is still the same thing. So I don't think that, si kusema ati tunaisha psych, sijui hatuna psych ya kwenda hiyo Tuesday. Wase, tunafaa to make a difference. Ni aje kwanza saa hii 20 times 2 like than the last time, kwa sababu tunataka kuonyesha ni aje. Unajua Ruto anatuchezea mind games. Anakuja hapo acheza kasi, sisi ni watoto, nikaa tuelewi. Ati tukisema hii, kama saa hii tukisema toa cabinet, anakuja anatoa wenye anataka, anaacha wengine, sijui anaacha sijui Mudavadi sijui nani. Why? Ni mind games. Anaona sisi kama ni watoto, we don't realize what they are doing as a government. What do you see what they are doing? Hata kusabotage history ya maandamano, sijui wase wameenda, kuna goons. Why? Wanachezea mind games. Hizo ndo stuff zimeishi kuwork since, I don't know, since tupate nini. Yani in this country hatuwezi sema si tushaikuwa na country, kwa sababu ijaikuwa na systems zina work. Huwa zina work for people who have money, for people who have favor, and the people wenye wanajuana. Kupata job in Kenya government, who do you know? How do you know them? Do you have money? Uko na pesa ya kuhongana? Unajua kuna jobs in Kenya hata kupata unalipata 200,000 kupata job yenye utaenda kulipago 50k. Why? Mbona juni system? Na hatuwezi change, hatuwezi jifanya ati Ruto sasa atoa wasi wote. He's the cause. Hatuwezi toa, ni kama msingi ya house usipoitoa hiyo nyumba haiwezi anguka. So what are we trying to do? Lazima tutoe the source. Na the source akitoka, hawa wengine wote wataisha. So ni kumaanisha hakuna ati vile tutafight hii kitu tuanze kusema ati Ruto wabaki and then hawa wengine wote tuoshe. System haita change. Kwa sababu he's the problem. Yeye ndo ana control the country, yeye ndo ana control what comes in, what goes out, what is happening in the country, why is it happening. As in kila kitu inakuwa imepangwa. As in, even think about SGR. Do you know why SGR was made? Do you know who it benefits SGR? So if you think about all these things, huwa tuna work. Yani si tumezaliwa na tunafaa kuishi to work for our say. For a number of people tunafaa to work for them. Do you know the amount of land they have? Ukianza kutravel huku uanza kuambia sijui shamba ya nani imeanza hapa like 10 50 kilometers, bado umeona ni shamba ya msee moja. Why? So you're working for them. They want to control everything, so we are tired of that. So kama we unafilio kitu iko affect, basi we ni kumaanisha hata una ambitions in life. You don't wanna go like beyond, because the government tries even to kill us. Sasa tunaanza kujibuild, wakianza ku identify ni aje wama vijana ni kama wameanza kufind ways of getting money, because they don't want us to be empowered, because an empowered society wanaweza make the right decisions. Wanaanza kutukill. Umeanza ka kampuni unataksiwa kanaisha, umeanza nini wakijua unamalizwa. So at the end of the day it's affecting everyone. Na juu tunataka kukua kwa society yenye we can afford, we can live as long as you work hard, it ina pay exactly the same way. Hiyo ndo system tunafightia for. So guys, acha niache kurant. Let us fight for this country. Let us wake up on that hiyo date tuende na usifikirie twice. We are going to fight for this country. We want change. Na tumechoka kudina wase hata kwa hizi maofisi wako na kiburi, una get. We want to fight tuishi on a fair ground yenye ina guidiwa na law. Hiyo tu ndo tunataka. Yes, and that's my time. Thanks guys.
Asanti sana. Cheki, sijui kama mliona hizo picha za umse mwenye alikuwa anapigwa na polisi. Ametolewa hadi trao, amebaki na ngodha hapo na amekanyagwa shingo. Man, in Kenya, kwani yeye ni mwizi in 2024? Hatuja confirm alikuwa mwizi, cause kama alikuwa mwizi tungejua. Come on man, that is police brutality tume experience hii Kenya maze si joke. Anyway, Lekisho, talk to us. Good
Okay,
morning
asante
Lekisho.
sana. Saizi mnanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri.
Asante, nilikuwa nimekuja kwa mic mapema ikakataa. So kwa sasa mimi nimeona watu wamesema kama hujajamu. Mimi nimekuwa nikijamu sana. Nimekuwa nikijamia kwanza vijana wadogo, especially the Gen Zs. Nimekuwa nikisema mara si moja in various spaces. Like kama imefikia hapa, kuna jamaa ametoka hapa akizungumza juu ya Gladys Wanga. I don't support what she's saying, but I can understand her. For a long time, Kenya has been a hostage of tribalism. Some of us have been in the streets before. Now, it has been looking like the problem has been tribalism, looking like maandamano ni ya kabila fulani, wale watu wa opposition, wale watu wa vitandawili, wale watu. To an extent kwamba wengine kutoka mahali fulani wanakataa. Wanasema tuende. Another problem has been the class. Watu ambao wanaweza kuafford tu kachai na kasmokia hapo na sijui kabaga wamekuwa wakitazama maandamano kama ya watu fulani kutoka eneo fulani, wale wa mtaa fulani ambao vijana wamelipwa. That is why people like huyu Kimani Ichung'wah cannot believe kwamba now it is beyond tribalism, it is beyond class, kwamba watu wa Mlima Kenya ambao sometime back walikuwa wanasema we cannot go to protest, sasa wameamuka. Wale wenye wako na iPhone wanashangazwa na wanasiasa. And that is the Kenya some of us wenye tumekuwa tukisema for a long time. For those who can check on my posts from miaka ya nyuma sana, those are the things we have been wishing. So thank you so much hawa wenye mna host this space. Actually nilikuwa na nyinyi usiku wote mpaka saa hizi nimeshangaa bado mpo. Keotia alikuwa analala na amuka anatuacha mpaka speaker tunaongea wanajirudia. So I'm glad that we are speaking this. We are speaking that Kenya has been having the blood of ethnicity has been thicker than the blood of Jesus Christ, vile PLO usema. Lazima watu wengine wajitokeze. Nimeona Robert Alai akiandika ati haya ni maandamano sijui yanakuwa sponsored na Gachagua sijui nini. Huyu mtu the other day nimeona tu akijiita social justice champion. Amepata MCA, ameanza kujifanya saizi na kitu kidogo. We have the best constitution vile wengine wamesema. But this constitution and it continues to be haijawahi pata the implementers, those who fought for it. Hawajawahi kalia hiki kiti. We gave the country to the dogs. That is why I was crying to the young people. Wakati niliona napingana na kijana wa 19 ananiambia sisi tunapigia Ruto because ni hustler mwenzetu. This Ruto has not been a hustler. This is a political condom used by all dynasties. Ametumika na Kenyatta family, ametumika na Moi family, Odinga family imemtumia at some point. Halafu wakati wanataka kumtupa amekimbilia maskini, ameanza kusema sasa mimi ndio maskini, na akadanganya watu. And what I've always said, tusameane kwa wale ambao mlipigia Ruto kura, tumewasamee. Rudi kwa laini, tupiganie nchi yetu ya Kenya, tupige dhidi ya politicians. Politicians, their class is so much higher than the developed countries ambazo wengine tuko na hiyo klasi yao ikirudishwa chini, a politician akuwe rais. At some point nilisikiza mtu akisema how do we finish for example debt yetu, deni letu la Kenya. Hatuna deni, deni tuko nalo ni la maisha yetu. Hilo deni, kwa mfano, a politician anakuja analipwa mshahara wa hali ya juu. Wengi wamesema juu ya marupurupu. Nilikuwa nimeinterview mzee anaitwa Barngetunyi, if some of you heard him. Ni mtu alikuwa kipindi cha Moi. I was a kind of a journalist from Eldoret time fulani. So I was doing a documentary about this mzee. Ana earn mshahara over 300,000 tangu retire in 1988. Na kuna wengi wanafanya hivyo. Kuna alafu many politicians eti ukienda term 2 hizo pesa zote zikikusanywa, hii mishahara yao, one minister anatumia security yake na kadhalika, ni pesa ngapi ambazo hizo pesa zikusanywe vile mwenzetu alikuwa amesema, mishahara ipunguzwe, retirement zipunguzwe, hiyo pesa inatosha kulipa hizo deni zote kwa mara moja. Kwa hiyo mimi, alafu akasema kama kuna yenye itabaki, ninaunga mkono aliyesema, then Wakenya tuitishwe, tuchange, tulipe, then we get a good leader ili aweze kupeleka Kenya mbele. So join the Gen Zs, join some of the people. Wacha hii vita, nimesikia ni millennial ama Gen Z, mumekuta some of the millennials wakiendelea na vita. Karibu sana, pigana hii vita kabisa. Nyinyi ni digital, na wengine walipigana hata wakati ya kukuwa na uwezo wa kupiga picha. Nikimalizia mambo ya police brutality, Ruto is the chief of goons. This guy has been a goon for his first job was a goon. He was a goon in YK92. He's been a goon all through. So that is why police brutality tulikuwa tunaangalia mbele kwamba itarudi. This police, huwa najiuliza hivi, how many police people do we have in Kenya? Inakaa ni kama inaweza kuwa chaotic, but sometimes huwa nakasirika. These policemen ni brother zetu, ni ndugu zetu, ni dada zetu. But how do you wake up in the morning, unatembea unaenda kushoot a protester? Na the other day hapa hivi nimezungumza na Mganda, najaribu kusema ingekuwa kwetu Uganda wangeshoot everybody in the street. Nikaambia one of my friend here kwamba hey bwana, sisi Kenya wameuliwa 20 something. Akasema 20, sisi hapa kwetu hapa kwa hizi nchi za wazungu, sisi hapa hata mmoja akiuliwa hiyo nchi haitakalika. So guys, hayo mauaji najiuliza, our police, is it right tuanze kuvamia polisi makwao nyumbani because wako makwao? Hao watu ni 300,000, we are 52 million. Kikiumana kitaumana, lakini tusiende hapo for now. But huwa nakasirika, huwa naambia polisi, marafiki zangu polisi, hii ujinga yenu, you refuse to think. Sijui ni kwa sababu mnapelekwa na grade za chini, I don't know, but how do you fail to think? Like ukienda kushika hiyo bunduki, wewe una akili, unalinda mtu ambaye ana earn millions na una chochote. Can't you even reason? Sijui tutafikia wapi, but this movement I am supporting, I am part of it. Congratulations akina Ayo na Boni na KOT na wengine wote ambao wanazungumza. Have a nice day. Tukutane kwa maandamano. Nimesha support in my way.
Asante sana Lekisho. Really appreciate your time. Tukutane maandamano. Tupeleke serikali nyumbani. They need to go home. They need to go home. We cannot condone police brutality. We cannot condone corruption in this country. In 2024, we're still speaking about corruption. In 2024, there are still people who don't have good roads. In 2024, we're still being overtaxed and we're not even getting good health care. We are still getting overtaxed and we can't even have basic, proper education. They have to go home. I want to hear from a lady, Jessica. Jessica Akoth, good morning. How are you doing? Talk to us.
I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Very well. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to talk about police brutality, of which I don't understand why most of the media are saying the only people that were found at Kware are 6. While if you listen to those people who are there, others are saying they removed 6 bodies and there were some 3 bodies that they could still see wrapped. And to make it worse, these bodies were wrapped the same and tied the same, meaning the same people who killed the other 6 are the ones killed and wrapped, are the ones who also did to these other 3 bodies. Now, what is the media showing us? So I don't understand what is happening in Kenya, because people are like, they are hiding the truth from the fellow citizens. But this thing is all over. It is all over. Even you, those I've heard talking about 6 bodies. There is one unwrapped body, which is said to be a woman, is a mother and her 2 children. So you can imagine if that was your sister, that is your mother. Somebody somewhere, yani, humanity is no longer in kind. There is no right to life. If you can have that gut, that heart of killing somebody, cutting like a chicken, together with the children, innocent kids, it really pains. If at all you've given birth, you have a mother going through that pain, you have a sister. There is a man who has also been found there among them. So meaning, this is a quarry. There are some bodies that are still there, because it's like people are dispersed by tear gas when they were demanding the truth about all this that happened. Yeah, the other day, Denzel was found in a quarry near Juja. So what does this one show us? Meaning, those bodies that are still missing, maybe that those bodies that are still in these other quarries, because we have several quarries all over Kenya. So we as citizens, if as much as these people have refused to tell us where the other missing people are, we have that
Is Jessica still speaking? Because I can't hear Jessica. Jessica. Anybody who can hear Jessica? Harry K, can you hear Jessica?
Can you hear me?
Okay, you're back. Now you can speak.
Okay, I'm saying we should feel their pain. They are voiceless. We should stand for them and show that we are so bitter. We have been hurt. If we don't take action right now, there will be more of this. Yeah? It is your sister who has gone through education. Your parents have struggled to educate them. They are being killed. Your brother is being killed. It really pains. A normal human being will feel the pain. If we don't stand for them, even you or me, I'll be the next person, God forbid. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Guys, I want you to understand this. The ruling class is less than 1% of the country. 1% of the nation. Whatever you do with this information is up to you. 99% is us. Us says to ambia shit. Emilo, good morning.
Good morning, Ayo.
Talk to us.
Thank you. The ruling class is only 1%. Many of us, we are millions, and that's a very good point. Thank you for that. Yesterday, I was listening to Citizen Assembly until late, and there are some points that were said. And there's one point which was said that I'd like to reinforce, that we can also start talking about solutions to these problems that we are having. Like now we have bad governance of the country, we have embezzlement of funds and corruption. We can start to occupy political, leadership positions. You know, we've shaken the national government, the rotten government. At least we've shaken the tree in well enough up to now. You can see some rotten fruits are falling, and that's just a game. The roots of the rotten corrupt tree trying to play a game of chess, trying to let go of his pawns. But you can find that we are way past that. We are way past that. We are smarter. We have lawyers on our side. We have doctors. We have tech gurus. We have qualified personnel for this war, and I want to encourage each and every one of us to make sure that they are doing anything to support the movement, anything at all. We need 1,000 tweets to be on X. You tweet it, hashtag RUTO must go. We need people to be there on the streets. We all go there. We all go because this thing is now affecting everyone, and I believe everybody is feeling the same. I also want to say that about expand on occupying the governmental seats like MPs, MCA. I want to urge the youth. The youth, you should not be afraid. Start saying like you are we bado ni mdogo. You have to come up as a leader, and we have to we need to hear the same narrative, the same conversation at county levels. You know, the national government is feeling the movement. At least they're shaken. We need also to make sure that our antivirus reaches the county government as well. So in your counties, I would really like to recommend that you start speak on the ground anywhere. You are a teacher right now, start teaching your children about the correct thing to do, the right way, the constitution, start teaching them their rights there. You are a doctor, the patient they come, start showing them their rights. Start teaching these people. You know, not everybody is on social media, and they will. Now we really need to make sure that civic education is at its best in the country. And I wanted to read a stanza here on our national anthem. We have to make sure that justice we are a Kenya, we are the Kenyans. We just have languages. We don't have tribes anymore. And we are united. And I want everybody to make sure that that's the thing you always think about. And you have to make sure that you're doing something. You're doing something at least. Nobody have to be watching, but you're doing something to change. Because we can be fighting these people, and then the people coming next in line, they will not, they will change, they will make us or make our children also go to the street. And that's what we are trying to eradicate. Thank you very much, Kotsonko, for holding these spaces, and thank you, Ayo, for the mic. Thank you very much.
Can I talk? Hello?
Yes.
Can I talk, please? Hello? Can you hear me?
Proceed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for giving me the mic. For my own, I just want to give a suggestion. And my suggestion was like, the way they presented their own bill in Parliament. I was actually thinking as we were Kenyans, hata sisi to present bill yetu kwa MPs, as in kama mimi mwenyewe natoka Githunguri, we present to our own MP kama wa Mshomba, mwingine anatoka Kisii, wengine anatoka Mombasa, like literally to present a bill which should have been drafted prior to presenting it. Alafu tukishawapelekea wale MPs in a way that they can present it in the whatever we want to be written down to be drafted, and then sasa tupelekea wa MP na wapeleke Parliament, and then when they table it in Parliament on that day, tuungane sisi zote to say for example kwenye example penye tulikuwa tumeenda this like tao, so that whoever is saying no, then at least kila mtu unajua kama sasa say for example sisi tumepelekea Githunguri, wengine wamepelekea wale wengine, so we've told the MP this is what we want and this is what we want passed in the in Parliament. So akikataa, then he's literally the person will be coming back to the people. I don't know what you people think about that. Alafu kuna hii ingine, on the other hand, I was actually thinking there are so many people who were injured during maandamanos. Like the other day I saw a tweet by Hanifa who had said there's a guy who unfortunately became disabled and anaenda na wheelchair. I think she said that she had bought a wheelchair or something of the sort. So I was actually thinking, kwa sababu even in the government they usually have seats or positions when you wanakuanga na special needs ama mwenye ako na disabilities. Why don't we at some point, hata kama hii government itaenda, those people who are affected by such things, we should as well nominate them, because huyo mtu alienda kwa street, eventually his life has changed. He doesn't know maybe atataanzia wapi. Mtu alikuwa na graduate, but unfortunately things has happened. So I was actually thinking, other than finding other people from outside, when you walipata whatever the anjaris when they were out there, then we should use them. And then my last suggestion was in terms of this, we are talking about the MPs when you're to reduce about their wages as well. There's Uyu Wetangula as well. I don't know what he does anyway, kwa sababu kila kitu wanakuanga wamepanga na hawa the majority leaders, and also his thingy, his wages as well should go down. Alafu kuna huyu Mwaura, huyu mzungu mweusi, seriously. Sasa huyu mwenye like honestly, huyu alitolea sijui wapi na just the other day. Does it mean before kwa sababu hizo the money that is being given, does it mean before hapo napata advice like listen, these are the kind of people when you wanatakiwa kuenda nyumbani. I'm really sorry, I'm quite nervous, but thank you for the space. That's literally about what I was just about to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I lost the space. I lost control of the space a few minutes ago. Thank you so much, Alice, for your amazing sentiments. I want to go to Wanjala.
Yes.
Wanjala, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Go ahead, please. Talk to us.
I'm fine, and thank you for having this space from yesterday to today. The first place, I'll wish to say that may the souls of those who lost their lives in this struggle rest in power. And I also want to urge that now that we have seen the police brutality, the abductions, the murders, and the dumping of the bodies, a human body is not like a log of wood. It's not like, an animal, a wildlife. A human body has to have some ethics in burial, in preservation, and in everything. You cannot just dump someone in a quarry, in a ditch, and then we keep quiet and assume that life is normal and it has to go on. I also want to touch on this constitution. This is a 2010 constitution, and looks like more than 20 years have gone down the line since we drafted. It is 10 years, huh? Yeah, 10 years down the line, 14 years, 15 years. This means we need to have a new constitution that reflects the current society and generation and affairs, because even the authors of this constitution, majority of them are either dead or they're just waiting in about a few years again to die. So this means that it cannot decide our future. We have overrepresentation, the 47 counties. Those are just, so many loopholes for corruption, because you look at what is going on around our counties, then you wonder what is wrong with us. So to begin with, nataka kuongelea mambo ya hii presidency, because this looks like is the biggest problem we have ever had in this country, and we have always been having in this country. Hii kitu ya presidency, first of all, this thing should be rotational, and the powers of the president should be reduced so that the judiciary should have more powers, and that judiciary should have a kind of broader panel for this country to run. We cannot have a country whereby the president can just appoint, and you see, someone talked of RUTO as to have begun his job as a goon, and I can affirm that, because you look at, he's the one who funded this class 7 dropout, Echesa, in Uhuru's government to be the CS, cabinet secretary in Uhuru's government. And in his government, he just confirmed that truly Echesa, a goon with only a birth certificate, a person who was, awarded a post of CAS because he murdered people in Kakamega and Bungoma. If you remember the 2017 murders that were going around in Bungoma, Kakamega, and Busia, they were orchestrated by Echesa. So he was rewarded a post for doing that, for murdering people. Today, you look at our country and you see, I'm so worried because so many people have not been found. And a lot of people are still being abducted, are still being silenced through death. What we need to, tell this government in broad daylight is, we are not going to shy off. We are not going to be tired. We are not going to be scared or to be cowards in our own country. It is not yet Uhuru. So we have to keep fighting. We have to keep, becoming more and more angry. Hii kitu ingine ya corruption. Corruption should be equivalent to genocide, because you are killing people's future. And if your future is killed, that means you don't have hope. Today you walk around and you find so many graduates. People have papers, people have gone to school, and people can't just find anything, to put up their life together. Na mtu anakuambia as you can do business, but look at the environment of business. Is it even favorable? Is there any space for someone to do that business? Taxes all over. The life is, very hard. So you can barely put up something and run. Either doing business is even harder, and either getting employment is even extremely difficult. So what can we do? We are the people to save our country. We don't have anywhere to run to. If you run to someone's country, you can't have as much powers as you have at home. You can't have that freedom to express yourself. You can't have freedom to do so many things. No. So if we put this hii kitu ya presidency ikuwe rotational, itatoa hiyo mambo ya kuna watu wengine wako na entitlement. And time immemorial they have been using their tribe that, we as Kikuyus, as if kuna mahali imetengwa dina wa Kikuyu wanaendanga hapo kukula sapa. Then you realize the common mwananchi Mkikuyu wa kawaida is being used. Anateseka kama Mkikuyu mwingine, kama Mkenya mwingine wa kawaida. Anakuambia, me as which tribe, it is our time to rule. Ukimwona hata yule mtu amedanganywa, amekuwa brainwashed ya kwamba, there are a lot of cultism. Apart from Mackenzie's cultism, there is political cultism. And this is the impunity we need to end in this country. Unaona? So unapata mtu anafanya kunini, kuambiwa ya kwamba, it is now the time for our community to eat. But personally, hata yule mtu anasema our community to eat, yani amekuwa brainwashed because hata unaweza pata anakuomba 100 akule lunch. But this is the scheme that politicians have managed to lure our people, our Kenyan people, yeah, so that they can retain those positions. And you see, just to confirm or to add, salt into the wound, you can imagine the scheme of ODM to have accepted even this other guy, super senator of Nairobi. He looked like he was actually fighting for the rights of Kenyans. But wakati alisikia mdosi wake ameenda kuongea na ule mdosi mwingine, the Sugoi Butchara, he has changed his tune that now there is no problem for ODM is going for dialogues in the open. That Gen Zs, you had your dialogue with the RUTO. Now ODM is also going into dialogues with the RUTO. When people have died, no one has shown any remorsefulness to the people who have lost their lives. Can we just be abducted like sheep and killed and then we forget the story and the country moves on? Koome, even if he has resigned, his place is in jail. He's supposed to be in jail. How many people has he murdered? Bungei is still around, he's still in office. I don't know why. I don't know whether he has some sense. I don't know what is making him to be in the office. He should resign and just present himself to jail or hang himself. Ndio mimi nawaambia kila siku, the government has failed to represent us, to protect us. The duty of the government is to protect its citizens. Ruto kutuambia that there were goons shooting people. Where was the government? That means he knows the goons. Where are those goons? Why haven't the goons been not been brought to books? If he says there were goons, that means he has more information about the goons. It is the duty of the government to protect its citizens. It's not the duty of the citizen to protect themselves. We are paying taxes for these people to protect us. If they can't protect us, then we should also look for arms as citizens to protect ourselves. And you know, when we protect ourselves, what that means. You look at the legislatures. They are representatives of the people, and whatever they legislate must be reflective of the community they represent, must have an empathy on the community they represent. The other day, they brought that bill to the infamous bill to the parliament, and they refused to listen to us. That means they ceased to be representatives of the people. We are going to represent ourselves. We want the president to dissolve that parliament so that we can freshly elect people we feel can represent our interests. Ama mimi naongea vibaya? That is the way to go. We have to delete this thing called tribalism. We have to delete this thing of religion. We have to delete this thing of regional whatever, so that we can have Kenyans who can push this nation from one place to another, to a greater height. We cannot keep on looking at, the other day, David was talking about people who have been killed, and those are only reportable cases in Arabia, Saudi Arabia, in Arab world. Over 316. Those are the only reportable ones. There are others I know who were killed and they were dumped in the ditch. They have never been found. Others were killed and they were buried somewhere. Others were given to dogs to eat. Others were, you see, there are a lot of atrocities and malices with this government. And the government advises us ya kwamba mmewatafutia kazi Saudi Arabia, endeni. Mbona hajapeleka kule watoto wake? Mbona watoto wa rais wanapewa tenda na serikali? Mbona masista zao wanapewa appointments? You see, there are a lot of ills. And these are not natural causes. These are causes that have been caused by these politicians, the greedy ones. No. So, what we are saying, we want to put a full stop to this shameful government that doesn't care about its people. If it doesn't care about its people, we do not recognize this government. What we are saying, RUTO must go, and we should not relent. We have to be on the streets throughout until they resign. Even I used to be an ODM member, but from today, I don't belong to that party. Because even my boss has not shown any remorsefulness to the people who lost their lives. He's still going in bed with a butcher. How do you handshake someone whose hands are marred with blood, whose face is marred with killings of the people? Then where are we? Have we lost humanity as a country? Thank you for those submissions. I'll speak later. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Mr. Wanjala. And guys, I think from now on, I want to now get you timed because I've realized that there are a lot of speakers. Most of you are taking forever on the mic. So I'll give you 3 minutes each. Give your submission. After that, I drop you so that I clear all these 16 speakers because most of you come and drop. Most of you are coming and drop. They're waiting for too long and they're dropping. Yeah, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. And I'm trying to balance the gender. And I know I found some other people on this panel, but I'll get to you, don't worry. I'm just trying to balance the gender. So, Brenda, Angie came before you. So I'll go with Angie, then Pius Osoro, then LL, then Dentist, then Brenda, Demovin, then Trufena, in that order. And then I clear this cohort of speakers, then I bring up the next. I hope you guys will remember that order. So let's go. Angie, your 3 minutes begin now. When I tell you your time is up, your time is up. Hakuna ku-overrun. Open your mic and speak to us, Angie. Angie, are you there? Angie going once, going twice. For the last time, Angie, asante sana. It's been real doing business with you. We move on to the next. In that order. Pius, can you hear me? Pius. Oh yeah, mnasikia Pius akiongea cause na mic yake imefunguka, mimi siwezi msikia. Ama I'm the problem in this relationship. Pius, can you
Hello,
hear me? Now I can
I'm
hear you.
hearing
Go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just use a minute or two and talk about what I've just heard about these politicians who are kind of dividing us. Like now, if you look at Wanga, what she said was just to divide us. And I think it's she's speaking the same voice as RUTO. Because if you remember, sometimes we need to look at the history of somebody. If you look at recently when RUTO went to the US, Wanga was one of those people that RUTO picked. And they went there. We don't know what is this that they went to do. We don't know what the kind of agreements they signed in the US. So when she comes here to defend RUTO, for me, I understand. I know that she's speaking the same language as RUTO. So we should be very wary of these politicians who want to divide us for the sake of ensuring that RUTO wins. Because these people don't want RUTO to move. Some of them want to move to the government through the back door, and therefore we should be wary of that. You know, if my brother is a president, or my father is a president, and this brother or father is not assisting me, is making my life difficult, then I don't need really to support him. Why should I support somebody who is not making my life easier? So these politicians, whether it's from your tribe, whether it's from your party, and this they are working with your enemy, they are as well your enemy. So let us focus to what we want. We want Kenya to be a good place for all of us, not just for a clique of people. I was just looking at a friend, a longtime friend, who has been in some party. And now he has changed tune. He's talking about, oh, it's not our fight. It's not your fight. How?
You know, the prices of goods have gone high. You know, Ruto is even raiding the payslips of people. From the time he became president, our payslips have been raided seriously. So he doesn't choose that these are from my tribe, these are from another tribe. He raids all the payslips. So there is nothing like tribe here. Thank you so much. Give others the mic.
Thank you so much. I donate the next 47 seconds to the next speaker. I had already given a itinerary, so we'll just follow that. From Pius, let's go to LL, I guess. LL, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, talk to us. I'm giving you 3 minutes, 47 seconds. It starts now.
I don't think I'm gonna speak much, but I just wanna say one thing. Watu bado wajui what we are doing. Seriously, I went to Gikomba the other day, and I was just talking to people because I was telling them about this tribe thing because in Gikomba it's there. So I just wanna say let's educate people. Nilipanda matatu and I had to educate people about it, and I was so happy when they left because they were like, we're gonna do this. Wao wanaona tu kwa news. They don't know, they don't attend these spaces, they don't know these things. So just talk to anyone, talk to strangers. Let's love each other. Let's just talk to anyone. Ongea tu na mtu, anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, LL. Thank you so much. Dr. Dentist. Dr. Dentist. Where? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Morning to you. How are you?
I'm fine. So mine is short and I will be brief about this. So the first thing is to stop police brutalities. So the things that are going on in Kenya is not favorable and it's not conducive. The police brutality should stop, and the second tutoke kwa street and hashtag keep on Ruto must go, and tujijunge tu Tuesday, at least keep us safe, kuwa safe mwenyewe, kuwa safe, and it should be okay. That's it.
Thank you. Trufena, you're up next. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, KOT. Thank you, Ayo, for the space. Well, ever since this movement starts, the first Tuesday, Thursday, and the next Tuesday, I will render jobless just because of this movement, because of going to the streets. I can see it was never in vain. I condole with those who lost their lives. I was the other day in KNH seeing my friend who was shot. The only thing he can tell me is, please, let us not be crippled and just go like that. Let it not be in vain. Do something and proceed pushing. We want to see that hashtag Ruto must go still flying high until he goes. The other day I was talking to a lady friend and she told me, what you are doing is good, but please, Ruto is cleaning his house. Okay, our house. After he cleans, whenever he's taking the trash outside in the can, let him or remind him not to come back. He should be the last one entering that trash can and waiting for us to load him to a trash truck back to school. Well, on this police brutality, hii kitu inaniuma sana. Wakati unakutana na mtu anaitwa Bungei anatembea free baada ya kuonekana vile vitu amefanya vyote, na huku bado wengine some bodies bado zinapatikana ndani ya Kware and Waterview. It's really hurting and we should always continue. Nikiguzia mambo ya our leaders, it is time now watawajibika. They will learn to do what the people says, not what their master saying. Their master should be the people, but waliwacha the states ikuwe their master. In that state ikitaka kufanya kitu fulani, wanapewa hela kidogo, wanageuka, wananchi wale waliwachagua pale, then they go there. Na hii itafanyikaje? If we keep them in check. Wewe umefanya kitu, don't even come back to wananchi, tayari utatumiwa message. I like those guys wale waliitimwa that sijui ni MP ama ni governor ama who is he, ameenda coast huko kujienjoy baada ya kusema atakuwa akiwa Gen Z's 5,000 per day if he was a president. Kuna kitu niliona kama hiyo, nika comment nikamwambia, oh, kama ungekuwa president, well, ungekuwa ukiwa those 5,000. But now that you're not the president, and that's why you will not be the president, I wish penye unatembea watu wanakuona na they don't have to accept you in their premises. I thank those hotels wale walimfukuza, na bado sehemu zozote akienda hii message iwafikie. Huyo jamaa atakikani kwa any public or private property za watu, aende kwa yake, na hata hiyo yake wale wako Somalia ama sijui ni Mogadishu ama ni wapi hako pia, tafadhali. Gen Z is tribeless. Wale watu ambao hawafanyi kulingana na vile jamii inataka, au ndio maadui wetu. Sisi kwa sisi sio maadui. Tukiingia hapa kwa nini kwa IG Kome. Okay. IG Kome aliamua kujiuzulu, but hiyo haisolve anything. I'd rather tukue tukifanya hivi, now that we know kuna kitu fulani kibaya, tutamhound mpaka wakati ule atasalimu amri na atawekwa behind the bus. Ruto must go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Angie, I'll go to Angie, then I pick Tomboya. I want to finish with this cohort of speakers, then we move on to the next.
Good morning, my fellow Kenyans. Can you hear me?
Uko kelele sana.
Can you hear me?
Uko kelele sana.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you can speak to
Unaweza
us.
nisikia?
Tunakusikia, unaweza ongea.
Mimi nitachukua only 2 minutes. First, condolences to my brothers and sisters who lost their lives. Number 2, Ruto the other day aliresolve cabinet yake. Mimi kwa upande wangu, I don't see why he should nominate other cabinets. He should dissolve the parliament. Tuende kwa ground, tupige kura. Ruto must go. With all what is happening in Kenya, with the killings, our brothers and sisters being butchered, kama mbuzi, kama ng'ombe, wanako kwa magunia, it's so painful. It's so painful. So mimi nataka zaidi na zaidi. So guys, tunafaa to keep on pushing, tuweke pressure, umse aende. He should not nominate other cabinets. He should dissolve the parliament. Another thing, kitu mimi nashangaa, kazi ya women rep ni nini? Kazi ya women rep ni nini? Juu pesa zetu zinapotea hapa kwa kazi, kwa mambo ya women rep, mara ma senators, mara ma MCAs wanakula pesa zetu. Kazi ya watu ni nini? Women rep kwanza kazi yake ni nini? Pesa zetu tunakuwa tax, housing levy. Nikipata ta pesa, hakuna chochote ninapata. Pesa yote inaenda kama taxes. So guys, on Tuesday, Owada munanisikia, my fellow comrades, tutokeeni. Ruto must go. Thank you.
Thank you Angie. Tomboya, najua tu mkono yako sasa imechoka. Umeinua ukidrop, umeinua ukidrop. Talk to us Tomboya.
Well, thank you. I greet you, fellow Kenyans, in the name of your ancestors. They say, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I greet you in the name of God of Ayos' grandfather. I greet you in the name of Mabonga. I greet you in the name of Tomboya. Well, I want to talk about the key to our success. We are all in agreement that we are on a revolution. And the revolution is necessary because we need to change the system of governance that has been stealing from us, making sure that we remain poor, poor, and poorest. We are currently poor and we fear losing hope for our future generation. We want to get the hope back. What is the key to our success? We need to make a change in how politics is run in this country, in how leadership is presented in this country, in how governance is done in this country. The key to our success, I'm talking on 6 major things. Number 1, party. I believe at this particular time, we are under a transition stage. Let us get party off our minds. Let us focus on integrity and ability on someone to lead. Going forward, don't find yourself fixing your mind into a particular party. Second, I'm talking about tribe. The tribe has been used to divide us. Remember, for the colonialists to take control of us, first they had to come with what we call divide and rule. They had to divide us into different countries and further to give us name the tribe. So let us not accept to be classified in terms of kabila yangu, kabila yangu, kabila yangu. That one will make us lose this fight. Number 3, I really need us to face a different for political regime whereby it is not the leaders who comes to tell us what they want to do for us. Leaders should not tell us what they want to do for us. When they come with that, then they are coming to lie to us. It is we the people who should be telling leaders what we want them to do for us. Therefore, any political rally should be in a way that it is representative of members on the platform, telling the leaders, we want you to do this, 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 and this. Now tell us how you are going to do it. It can appear in the image of a vetting, but in any political rally, there is be no a politician standing in front of us telling us what they want to do for us. It is us to tell them. Fourth, funding of campaigns. Let us change the narrative of a politician coming to fund their own campaign, giving us handouts, hiring, sourcing money from somewhere to hire their means of transportation from this point to this point. Let it be us, the people, funding the politicians. We can have even a newly fresh graduate going for an elective position as a member of parliament. Let us, the people, fund that person in all means so that we be able to demand, they be accountable for us. We tell them, we gave you this position to do as this. If you are not doing, we recall you just as we have forced the cabinet secretaries to resign. Let us totally change this system. Let no leader fund their campaign. That is my opinion. Let us do it. I'm talking to the issue of class. When someone is going for leadership, let us not be divided in form of classes, that I am able in terms of niko na gari, niko na pesa, niko na nini, so I'm able to go for a position. No, let people go for those positions based on their integrity and capacity to serve. Leadership is about personality, ethics, morality. By that, we will be able to meet the requirement of Article 73 of the Constitution, which talks about responsibilities of leaders. Fourth, I'm really crying about the fact that religion is being at the center stage of our politics. Article 8 of the Constitution, that is chapter 2, talks about religion, and it states that Kenya as a nation has no specific religion. Let us not allow religion at the center of our politics. I even wish that things to do with Christian religious education, the Muslim education, should not be part of our syllabus. We should replace that with what we call ethics, a study or a subject called ethics. We talk about culture and ethics, ethical behavior of a human being. That can serve us well. Religion has come with a lot of hypocrisy. People pretend to be good people just to find themselves in line with the requirements of religion, but in real sense, their personality has no sense of ethics and morality. Let us replace that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, Tomboya. Abdul Dadi. Hey, we huyo? Ongea bwana. Talk to us. Atanase. Oya, Abdul. We mzee. Abdul. Abdul going once. For the second time, Abdul. We bwana, mnawatawata tu mic hapa. Mko serious. We nakaa unaitisha mic unakuja kuota mic hapa. This is not a gain space. Hapa sio place pa kutafuta followers. Tutawa block, mnacheza hapa na watu wanamwaga damu hapa Kenya. I am trying to add new speakers. And guys, even as I add new speakers, I want you guys to understand that we are on Tuesday. We are on Tuesday and we are going to the streets to picket. Because it's in our constitution. We have to fight back for our country. Na mademu uitishe mic hapa. Mimi nimechoka kusikia sauti ya mandume kwa hii space. Sikia tu mandume ndo napiga manduru kwa hii space na hata mademu hataki kuongea. Ama nyinyi hamwendi kupicket. Mkuwe serious. I'm adding randomly. So even as you get the speakers, I'll give you the itinerary. So you don't even have to raise up your hand. Na ukiingia mute mic kwanza bwana. Mutini mic zenyu bwana. Ala. What's happening? What's happening? If you come in, you mute your mic. If you don't mute your mic, you're dropped. We have to follow order.
Ayo.
Eh.
Hebu sikiza hii kiasi.
Wimboni naimba oh, sio wimboni maombi. Nikiomba Mwenyezi Mungu oh, aibariki Kenya yangu. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana oh, Roho Mtakatifu amina. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana oh, Roho Mtakatifu amina. Ewe Kenya nchi yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu oh, sitakuacha milele. Akili zangu nguvu zangu oh, nimeziweka mbele yako. Bibi yangu na watoto oh, nimewaweka mbele yako. Taabu zangu shida zangu oh, ziangalie Kenya yangu. Taabu zangu shida zangu oh, ziangalie Kenya yangu. Ewe Kenya nchi yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu oh, sitakuacha milele. matajiri masikini yo, sisi sote binadamu. Matajiri masikini yo, sisi sote binadamu. Tusahau majivuno na tuache kupayuka. Tusahau majivuno na tuache kupayuka. Utajiri majivuno sio tikiti ya mbinguni. Utajiri majivuno sio tikiti ya mbinguni. Bahati yako ni ya leo, ile ya kesho ndiyo yangu. Bahati yako ni ya leo, ile ya kesho ndiyo yangu. Ewe Kenya inji yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu, oh, sitakuacha milele. Walifuta kujua, walifuta kuona tu. Walifuta kujua, walifuta kuona tu. Fulani zako tazijua, lengo lako twalijua tu. Fulani zako tazijua, lengo lako twalijua tu. Wataka kunyamba Kenya we, utubariki hewa. Wataka kunyamba Kenya we, utubariki hewa. Harufu yako twalijua, hata ukipanda ndege. Harufu yako
Bana, kama hiyo song nyezi tu kukujaza on Tuesday utokee bana. I wonder wewe ni mwananchi mgani? Sijui wewe ni patriot mgani? Anyway, ayo, back to you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is 30 minutes to the top of the hour. 12 noon East African time. And for this second cohort of speakers, I'm going to start with Harry K. No way, Harry K. Wewe una internet bwana. Unatumia Airtel. No, una connect. Oh. Ebu ongea before uanze kudisconnect hapa. Harry K. Shida. Aya. Tuende kwa Renegade. Renegade, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Talk
Can
to
you hear
us.
me?
Can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Let me speak.
Renegade, unaweza kunaongea na umejimute. Wewe bwana, amjui kutumia space watu wangu. Renegade bwana, unaongea na umejimute.
hapana, ilikuwa imestick. Hapa sasa unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
Yes, thank you. I would like to start by saying your wimbo bring out the patriotism. I used to hear that song long ago when I was a little kid. I'd like to start by echoing the sentiments of Tomboya concerning funding. Because the issue of funding political campaigns must come back to the people. Funding of political campaigns must come back to the people. Why? Because this movement of ours, we are the ones who started this shit. Now things are happening, and will continue happening. So we have baked this cake, and as you can see at the moment, some other political actors are angling themselves, ready to jump in on the things that we have fought for. So how do we counter that? We can only counter that by funding our own candidates, because right now we are going in for the MP recalls. We are calling for the dissolution of parliament. So all these things, if they do happen, we should be there to take our position. And how will we take our position? By funding each other. Because right now, people who have been shot, people who have died, we have funded this process ourselves. So it's something that can be done, and it's something that we should do. We should not bake this cake and then leave it to others to actualize. Because you can see ODM right now is trying to angle itself at the correct position, whereby when everything has been cooked, chakula imeiva, they want to come in and be the ones to steer the process going forward. And we can't allow our people have died, our people have been aimed, lives have been destroyed. Some people will never be the same, and then we leave it to others to actualize it. No. My second point is about the counties. At independence, when there was Kanu and Kadu, Kadu stood for devolution, Majimbo at the time, and Kanu stood for unitary type of system. Kadu guys were saying that they didn't want the domination of the smaller tribes because they felt the bigger tribes would domineer over the smaller tribes. And that's why the people in Kadu like Ronald Ngala, Martin Shikuku, Moi, Masinde Muliro came from what was considered smaller communities then. And they were advocating for Majimbo. Why? Because they felt that if the people at the center who were in Kano mainly were the Luos, the Kikuyus, they would domineer over them. So they would like to get their share so that they do their business down there. So they were overruled, Kanu won, Kadu lost. And then come 2010, we looked back and said, no, maybe we should rethink. Look back at the Lancaster Constitution. Maybe Kadu had something that was right. And therefore we said, well, now let us do devolution. Well, what devolution was meant to basically do is bring the resources closer to the people, whereby the people, you in your county, you together with your people can decide what you want to do in your area. And you can see the demarcations of the counties was more or less based on the tribal groupings, because you can see many counties have one or two major tribes. And therefore, these resources that are coming to the counties, this is your money. You've gave it to your brother who's the governor. Because most of the time you'll find the governor and you share one thing in common. You come from the same community. But this bigger brother of yours is getting the share from Nairobi, and then he eats it. And he's eating from his own people. If there are people who deserve no mercy, there are people we call governors. They don't deserve mercy. And once we are done with the national government, the anger that we should take down to the village should be gigantic anger, because those are the people who are killing our parents, Paleo Shago. They are killing our parents literally. There's no medicine in the hospitals. There's nothing. And that's why your black tax is increasing. You're working here in Nairobi, quarter of your salary, almost half of your salary is going down there. Why? Because systems are not working down there. And who's destroying the people down there? Their fellow community member by the name of governor. Because when your parent is suffering there in the village, the person who's destroying your parent is not more than 2 hours drive away, because it's within the same county. In most counties, it's less than a 2-hour drive to get to the county headquarters. That person is right there who's making them suffer. In the bygone years, it was at least, you could say, somebody in Nairobi whom you don't even know was the one making you suffer, because some money for your road here in the village, somebody in Nairobi who doesn't even know your village had eaten that money. But now, it's somebody right here. It's somebody you know who's eating that money and flossing in your face. So that is the fight we will have to take very seriously. And thank you for the speaker for giving me the mic.
Thank you so much, Renegade. I have a new co-host here, the nigga in a black and white profile picture. I want him to say something before we... Now wewe Don Collins, unawashwa na hii mic yako sana. Nitakudrop. Na uko na bad... Tumia techno kwa space, surely. Na uko na echo, jamani. Wewe Don Collins, bwana. Relax, your turn will come and you will speak. Mr. Escowino Jr., good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? Ayo Niski.
I am better than you. I am better than you. How are you?
Me, I'm not good. I'm bitter.
You're bitter. Give us your bitterness. I hope it is not a girlfriend bitterness. Give us your bitterness. Ukiwacha unaachika.
Kwani mna date?
Ndio nashangaa. Hebu ongea. Hii economy mnapata nguvu ya kudate. Talk to us.
Watu bado wanatolewa kwa kware na hope hapo umefurahia. That is my bitterness. Tuesday tafadhali tukutane streets.
War. Anyway, Warrior, how are you? And then there is this guy called Harry K. Before you go, Warrior, wait, Harry K, umekuwa ukikuja hapo na una drop. Ni kama una internet. Ebu ongea before your internet yako iambiwe uko below 2 MB. Harry K, nimekupatia mic. Tumalizane tu juu. Wezi unakuja hapa una drop. Ebu fungua mic yako tuongeleshe. Harry K. We bwana.
Poleni sana. I've been trying to connect napotea kitu kama hiyo, but I'm really sorry for everything. One thing yenye mimi naweza penda tu kuuliza saa hizi, kama Tuesday nilikuwa nasema nda show up kupiga sherehe kuwa president na ametusikiza, at the same time
Kwa hiyo unasikia Harry K?
Simskini kama amepotea.
We, Harry K bwana. Yaani mmefinywa, gavana wafinya hivi. Mnafinywa. Anyway, Don Collins. Taimarikia anatafuta internet. Don Collins.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning.
I hope you can. Yeah, actually, mi naongea kutoka Kwale. So for the last 3 maandamanos, we really led guys na tukaenda kwa streets. Na there's something unfortunate that happened. Gava ilinfiltrate demo zetu, na huku Kwale kuna vijana wanaitwa vijana wa mapanga. They came in and started terrorizing us, na wakaingia kwenye maduka za watu, cause havoc. Now as we are planning for the Tuesday demos, wenye biashara hapa, they've been incited kwamba kusikue na maandamano because they fear their business will be looted again. So sijajua katika huo mpangilio tunaweza fanyaje ili watu wa biashara waelewe kwamba it's not just about their business but it's about solving hizi ills sahihi. And just to finish, Kwale, I'm sure kuna watu wengi hata maspikers wengi, they don't know kwamba most minerals are mined in Kwale. Like today, we have titanium, grade 5, which is half used in the world, ambao sasa inatumika kutengeneza frames za latest iPhones. But Kwalians, or let's say Kenyans in general, we do not benefit from that mineral, and this is due to bad governance. So wakati tunaanza kuoccupy, we should also be asking ourselves questions about hii mineral ambayo inamainiwa Kenya, it is exported to Australia in its original state. Mbona kusiwe na factory hapa that will give people jobs na gava itaweza collect enough revenue by taxing those people who are working in those factories? I rest.
Thank you so much. Cheki. Ukikuja hapa, the first thing unafaa kufanya ni kumute mic yako. Mimi sitawapatia rules over and over. Space etiquette. Ukipewa mic una mute your mic, you're waiting for your turn. Wezi kana your mic on. Nikipata mic yako yuko on na kudrop. Thank you, very important. Alafu mwache kuni DM juu ya mic. Niko na request 23 hapa. Ukirequest, tulia upangwe. Time yako itafika, utapewa mic utaongea. Tafadhali. In 2024, tutafukuzana government na pia tuwafunze kutumia space. Jamani. Make our work easier. Sawa? Warrior, speak to us. Your 3 minutes begin now.
Yo, mnanisikiza?
Vizuri tena sana.
Sawa. Kitu moja naweza taka kusema police, kuelewa kwanza, duty ya police ni ku maintain disorder. Hiyo ndio kazi yao. Alafu Tukirudi nyuma tu, when we go back and reflect everything, akisema nimejipanga, my friend, alikuwa amejipanga. Aliingia president, after 2 months Bill Gates aliingia Kenya. Kukaa kidogo ukasikia Shakahola. Sahii ndo hii kweli inajitokeza. Hizi stori za Kware ni nini zimefanyika na ma body parts na nini unaona zinafanyika. So devil worshipper ako around, na ujue Kenya inang'ang'aniwa na shetani, na Mungu ako ndani yenyu na ako ndani ya kila mtu, na wale watu wamekufa wote, spirit zao ndio inaenda kutulinda hiyo Tuesday. Damu yao zote zenye zimemwagika inaenda kutulinda hiyo Tuesday. Hii si mambo ya kusema sijui mambo ya MP, mambo na handout na nini. Hii kitu tunadeal nayo, hii ni spiritual warfare. Ime take time ndio macho zifunguke, na sasa macho zimefunguka. Sasa hii kitu yenye tunapigana nayo lazima, na itakwanzia lazima watatoka wote. Hakuna kusema sijui party gani ama nini. Kenya inaenda kucleansiwa upya, na kuna watu wako na ubongo na they are more intellect na watu, na kuambia muko sawa, na hakuna kitu inaenda kuatisha, na hakuna kitu inatubabaisha. Mjue tu ni nani yako pale. Tuna deal with the devil, na tuna deal na makampuni zingine zimeingia pale. Ujue hii battle lazima tukue ready, na tunaji alkaline na hizo tear gas. Tunaweka maji za ndimu sasa kwa maji zetu. Wakipiga tear gas, sisi tunajiosha na maji ya ndimu. Tunaonana nao an eye for an eye, na tutakuja pia ina collective security. Venye watu wanakufa pia sisi tutajiandaa, na mtu anatuandaa sisi ni Mwenyezi Mungu. Alikuja na jina ya Mungu, akajua sasa mali alicheza si kitu ya kuchezea. Hakuna mtu unaweza cheza vingine, lakini si jina ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Alikuja akakuja na jina ya Mungu, 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 Mungu. Sasa wacha Mungu aitwe Mungu, wacha Mungu atende. Hii vita inaendelea. Focus inamaanisha follow one course until successful. Naambia asanteni, na moyo iendelee kuwaka na spirit juu. Hatuko peke yetu, mjue tu hivyo. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. I hope mnaweza nisikia. Kowino, can you hear me?
Loud and
Yeah,
clear,
personally mimi
loud and
nakusikia.
clear.
Aya, mimi ni kama na lose space. Ebu give the next. I can't see anybody on the space. Ebu, can you give the next person the speaker, Kowino?
Michael ndio mkono yake iko juu. There are only 4 speakers here, I think. I can see like everyone else is
Nipata
reconnected.
hata mimi sioni, hadi mimi sioni anybody kwa space. So kwa hiyo nasijui kama
Michael,
utasotea issue.
your hand is up. Fungua mic uongee. Okay, Michael bado ako na issues. Manuel PK. Sijui kama nikunisikia wanisikia. Ayo, hebu ambia Manuel PK aongee because everyone is waving, na nikiwaambia ongea
Oya,
please.
Emmanuel PK, ebu ongea kama unaweza nisikia. Open your mic and speak to us. Emmanuel PK. Michael, can you hear me? Open your mic and speak. Kingizanga eko. Oya, mnaweza nisikia? Hey. Oya, mnaweza nisikia? Hey, ala.
wamekuwa elected, utendakazi wao ni dhaifu sana, kuna udhaifu mwingi sana. We could change Kenya in a way that we manages to use our money, our own money, not that kuna borrowing, because we know through borrowings ndio tunakuwa directed by the people from IMF, the USA and all other those donors. For me, naona kuna fertile lands mingi sana Kenya. Assuming these government officials waweze ku reduce those salaries. Tuweze kuuza, because there's a story with was it one of the West African countries. There's a president who came in power, sold most of the government officials to their own citizens. Kama una pesa unauziwa hizo magari. So he collected all the money, akabuy tractors. He collected all the money, akatengeneza vitu kama vile ya CDF, akatengeneza ya agriculture. So that if there was anyone who was interested in doing agriculture, government unaweka information ya shamba lako, unapewa pesa kidogo, let's say ya inputs, so that at the end of the day government tena inabuy your products. So these people managed to do away with the famine. They managed to do away with that njaa, so that wakaanza kuuza, they started exporting all the farm products. If Kenya could do that, because that country, West African countries other than Nigeria, they are very much highly populated than ours. Their landmass is that small than ours. So what we'll have to do as Kenyans, tupende shamba, so that tukue na chakula. Unajua mtu akiwa na chakula, it is not really easy to bribe you up. We will not be having the wrong choices to vote in wrong leaders. Others we do vote them because amekupea pesa kidogo 500 200, then they will all be doing nothing out for the next 5 years. So my humble request for all of us, tupendeni shamba, tukue producers. Agriculture ndio uwezo bana. Juu watu wamesoma but there are no work. There are no work. Hakuna mtu ako ready kuajiri mtu. We youth started to do the online one, content creation. Uliona hiyo content creation pia watu wamekuwa praise out. They still wants to do bills so that they collect almost everything from this which you people get. And so maybe with the agriculture itakuwa labda bado watatax mingi, but itakuwa tutaweza kidogo, at least we'll be having something ya kubakia. So my fellow youths, just humbly asking, and also the millennials, we can help us with the advices and maybe of how to do this. I know we can produce it. In Kenya, we have fertile land. Yes, there are some other parts which are deserted, but we are also sure that Israel is more, and Egypt in Africa is more deserted than Kenya, but wana mashamba, wana produce agricultural products hadi wana export to us in Kenya, who have all the rivers, all the highlands, all that lakes, that we could also do agriculture but now the problem is the leaders, and maybe there are. So this problem is not only on leaders, because this problem all starts from poverty. After poverty, somebody will be able to pick any option, so that bora tu atapewa 200, bora tu. So we can change all this from our own hard work. I think I'm only having that, and thanking you all for listening to me. Yes, I'll be.
All right. Thank you, Brian. You mentioned two very important topics of discussion. Firstly, you mentioned about tribalism. And I think it is about time that this issue about tribal alliance and being aligned, that I want to vote you in just because you're my tribe. No, that's not why we even build nations. Because if I'm convinced enough to vote you just because you're my tribe, kuna maskini kila mahali, even people who have got presidents before. They're suffering. And that story of voting for someone because they are from your tribe, we should get done with that. Should be history. And second thing you mentioned is about agriculture. Hakuna vile nchi inaweza endelea. And you're saying agriculture is the net GDP, net most, it is the highest in terms of contributing to your GDP. Yet we can't see it. Agriculture in Kenya haija contribute to any industrialization. Year in, year out, farmers of sugarcane have to be assisted to clear their debt. Farmers of rice have to be assisted to clear their debt. Farmers of tea, coffee have to be assisted to clear their debts. How is it that agriculture in this country is not about industrialization? It's about just exporting things. How is it that agriculture in this country, even those guys who rear animals, those animals are for export, nothing is being even consumed here? How is it that hata wale wase wenye wana lima food crops such as maize, more than a third of what they produce gets to waste? Mbona hatuna sustainable means za kuweza kuwa food secure in this country? And it is only when we get food secure that tutaweza go to the next step of industrializing our country. And the president keeps on talking about digital transformation, mambo ya information technology and AI. Manze, you can't skip a bit. Huwezi sema watu waende kwa digital transformation, a country that has never been industrialized. And on this issue of agriculture, I was saying, kama tunaweza focus tuseme we do plantation farming, there are a lot of dams that were to be built. Unfortunately, we know the solutions that we are supposed to do to implement, but how do we implement them? Money is set aside for building dams, it is stolen. Guys who stole the money, we know them, but we don't even, they are not even apprehended. Man, a lot of things need to be put in place. Again, in agriculture, you cannot grow in agriculture if you're not investing in research and development. And research and development is not just training people in colleges just to be extension officers. Sio kufunza tu watu, you have to set up and invest money in these things. If you're researching about seeds, like my mother in the village, she's still planting seeds from her last season. Akivuna mahindi ama maharage, who this season, the next season, she's planting from the same harvest she had from last season. That should not be it. Research has to be conducted on the soil, on the climate of that area, and the right seed be developed, and the right preparation on the land and as well on the seed should be done. But sasa, unapata hata, these are the people we are depending on to feed a nation. Without investing, the only investment we can claim and stand on top of cars and declare that we've done on agriculture is giving out free fertilizer. Free fertilizer that is already contaminated, free fertilizer enye hata, I don't even know how to say it. But if at all we are to make progress as a country, agriculture should be the backbone of everything that we do. Kama hatuwezi jisustain, imagine we are spending 500 billion to import food, let alone any other items, electronics or anything. 500 billion to invest in import food. That is close to a quarter of our nation's budget. You cannot go forward as a country if you're importing food that is worth a quarter of your budget. That's it's quite sad that some of these things we don't even talk about them. But I hope in the government and sorry.
Yes, Marvin, I think you see all this happens. These people, these leaders, they are not that dumb. Most of these leaders are seeing citizens as praise. They want to make us poor so that they will be seen superior. After all, they know there is nobody who will be into their pockets if we are all independent, all kind of if we could manage ourselves. They want to do anything possible. They know that industries should be set aside, because if somebody was producing, like we know in Rift Valley, they produces surplus in maize and the kind of seed. If these people were having let's say 2 or 3 companies that were producing were processing all these maize products to flour, so that the country will not be, because we are sure Kenya ina import hadi unga inakuwa imported, and imagine in East Africa it's Kenya and Tanzania wenye wana produce a lot of maize, but we still ours bado watu wanakuja in Kenya to kuleta maunga zao. Kenya we still we import most eggs zenye zinakuliwa Kenya zinakuwa imported from Uganda, and imagine, are we not having that capacity? Sini hao watu wanafanya vitu wanajua, because the only ones are ukiproduce vitu vyako nobody buys, because these people these producers wanakufa moyo, because after all the efforts wana make kwa mashamba all that time, the inputs they're not having, at the end of the day pesa ulitumia kwa shamba inakuwa more than kile unyapata at the end of the day, because nobody has bought your products, zimeharibika labda. We know the people about dairy in Eastern, watu wana maziwa nasikia there's a time walikuwa na mtu akija maziwa zinamwagwa, maziwa inapikiwa ugali, not that they like that luxury, but because there is no option, bora mtu afadhali nisimwage lakini nitumie kwa kupika. There is surplus of that, we know, but nobody is there kusema, because the people are having surplus maziwa, let me create this company so that ukiuza hapa mtu wenye ako Turkana aweze kupata, ukileta hapa mtu wako Kisumu and Nyanza kuna maziwa mingi tunajua. If that was there in Nyanza, kuna hiyo sugarcane issue. In Nyanza there's fish in Kisumu is very much expensive than fish in Nairobi. Why? Because the person in Kisumu, that fisherman will be independent, atakuwa na pesa kwa mfuko. There is no need to create him company there. Let me create company in Nakuru. Is it? I think the company of fish iko Nakuru. So these things are they are making all this mess, knowing not that not that we don't have leaders. Leaders are there, and for me, I'm not supporting anyone, be it the Raila or all these people are corrupt. They are all seeing us all as praise. All these people are messed, and it's upon us as youth and the citizens to change all this. And when changing it, just like I asked you, we all, tujaribu to push, tujaribu to inject. At the end of the day, changes zikue. And this thing, we must not only see RUTO and RUTO must go. The RUTO must go hashtag. He may still be there, as the doctor said, but we know we have to force him to do all which is wanted of him. Kwa parastatals, maybe hujajua, there are almost 65, all headed by the Kalenjin. 65 parastatals. Does it mean that they are the only people when you are gonna prowess in working on all those areas? So think I'll be having my point up.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian. You've raised very important points. And perhaps if I may add just one thing before I let Ngatanomics in, maybe I need to say this about the tribalism and parastatal things. I think in the new cabinet, we might ignore this thing about tribalism, nepotism, and anything. I think in the next cabinet, there should not be more than one person from one tribe in the cabinet. Because when you bring history as shareholding, you're making some Kenyans feel less Kenyan. And we're all Kenyans and we all deserve to be represented well in the government. I think hakufai kuwa na more than one person from one tribe. Kama ni mtu wa tribe moja amepata kiti, hakuna mwingine wa hiyo tribe. Everyone, the cabinet should reflect the state of the country and every tribe should be represented. Sawa, you can mute your mic, please, Dante, and Brian, please mute your mic so that we can go to Ngata. Ngata,
Okay, thank you.
karibu.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. Good to hear from you guys. It's good to be on this platform. First of all, we send condolences to the fallen heroes of this fight. So, a couple of things to talk about here. I don't know whether you guys have realized the power you have extended to some of the people. Like, for example, who knew that Kalonzo could defy Raila? Like, all we know is Kalonzo can never, whatever Raila says, Kalonzo he follows. You know, he will reject today, but then the following day he will be behind him. But this time around, we saw Kalonzo say, hey, you know what? No, me hata baba ukiwa hapo, I'm not with you. Let the guy carry his own cross. Right? That is one power that this guy didn't have. And now he has that power, courtesy of Gen Z. So indirectly, you have put power to people who are like powerless, people who are controlled like with a remote, but they now can stand and say on themselves. Now, I do listen to these platforms almost every day. And I think earlier on, there was a platform led by the LSK, and they had like, I don't know, so many lawyers in there, a lot of discussion there, where all the ideas being discussed on all these forums are all very good ideas and all good ideas shared. I did take one of the ideas that was shared by a couple of people, and I think because it's a very good one, because all we need in the government is an overhaul of the whole system. Ruto can stay there for the remainder of the term, amalize the term, but him being there too, the overhaul of the system is what is needed. That is, I have seen people talking of referendum to reduce the number of MPs, to reduce the number of, do away with the Senate, do away with the women rep, do away with nominated MPs. If you don't know, actually, the nominated MPs and nominated MCAs and all those are just parties to, share and win the majority. Otherwise, those people have no work. Like, they are not answerable to anybody. A nominated MP or a nominated MCA or senator is answerable to nobody. Hana constituency and run that he will go back there and people will be asking him or her, he pesa imeenda wapi. That guy is just there. And that's why we see like this senator Karen Nyamo, like she behaved like, she behaved like a hooligan, like she doesn't care. Like, what are you gonna do anyway? Unless the president says we're gonna take you out. She's answerable to nobody. So that is one of the things that I have found like can work overhauling the whole system. Taking down, Eric Omondi was on that show, and they were talking of bring down the counties, the number of MPs, I think, to 210, the way it was before. Reduce the governors to 7, and then the governors can have like 1 or 2 deputy governors, in which case one of them is a youth. Reduce all those MCAs. You don't need all those MCAs. Pretty much where you have like majority of the money collected by the government goes towards paying salaries, that is already a broken system.
Like the money left for the development is very little. Nearly most of the money collected goes to pay the salaries, and the salaries are exorbitant salary, and it's all the politicians. So that system can work very well. Reducing, my question is, I don't know, we have lawyers who can advise, and even let's say that we say this group have no leaders, um, it's tribalist, which is a very good thing. But the same way we take the initiative to like go on spaces and decide to talk or start a space, we need to figure out like some of the people even within these spaces who can go ahead and start over something like a referendum. Like I saw the other day, somebody put up a website, like calling the MPs. Just somebody volunteered to do that, and they put up a website. We need somebody, me or somebody else, within these spaces, to volunteer and start up that referendum, whereby we, of course, they need to be drawn in a legal manner so that we know it doesn't get kicked out with technicalities or stuff like that, so that it's put there online where signatures start getting collected for reconstituting the political system. That is the parliament, the senate, the governors, and all that. So we have a target, like to reduce all those. So that document is put there and then is presented. I mean, when I don't know how many signatures are needed for that, it's presented to the IEBC, and then it's adopted. If that one happens, guess what? The whole system is reconstituted. Because when we do that, that means all these guys are gonna go back to the election. They're gonna go back to speaking a new mandate. And then instead of now talking to this guy to reduce the salaries budget of all these people, imagine we taken like it's 47 governors, we bring them down to 10. You have cut 37 salaries of 37 governors with their cronies and all that. You have taken, I don't know, 400 MPs from 400 to 210. You have cut down salaries of 200, which is money which goes to what other projects in the development. You have cut all those MCAs and the salaries they were taking, and that money comes back and is taken. And that way, when this thing happens, it will be a whole reorganization, and that reorganization will make people see, you know what, it's now the time to develop the country. And then that's when you have the right people in those seats, even the people who are elected to to approve those people who want to be like cabinet ministers, right? We're not gonna have like, unless the president decides to have it, but now he knows he's not gonna appoint his cronies there, people who don't know what they're talking about. We can appoint a lawyer to be running the roads. We need an engineer to be doing that. I remember they used to have this, I don't know, it was either Kibaki time or I think Kibaki time, when they had this Bitange demo running the ICT ministry, because that's his expertise, and the guy was doing so well. He's the guy who came up with all these tattoo set stuff. He was doing so well. Then government taken by our friends there, and they kick this guy out. And this, if they let that guy run that project, those projects could have been running very well right now. But they put their cronies there and everything is gone. So mine is reconstituting the whole thing. Using like that referendum, you need like lawyers to draft that document whereby the signatures are collected to reduce all those numbers. Even if we have RUTO running for the rest of his term, guess what? The whole system has been constituted. He's not gonna do his will. He's gonna finish his 2, and then he's gone. And the 2 he's gonna finish, his mind has changed. He's a wounded warrior right now. He's a wounded warrior, even though he still needs to be held accountable for the bodies collected. Man, that was hurting. That was very hurting. Yeah, collecting bodies from a pit. Yeah, that was my take. If we can have this document started so that signature starts being collected. So that's the action that needs to be taken. I beg to finish there, and
All
I
right.
appreciate this platform, and thank you for giving me a chance to talk.
Thank you, Ngatanomics. You raise very critical points. We need to reduce the burden on the taxpayer on the payment of salaries of these guys. Especially, I don't see the essence of having nominated legislators in parliament. These are just positions to reward failures and just increase the burden on us, because I don't know why, I don't see a reason why someone like Karen Nyamu should be in the Senate. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. In fact, if we only had a parliament of 290, everyone will be responsible. And except for these women representatives who also are messing the country. They do not even advocate for things that help the women themselves. It's quite unfortunate. I think if you've gotten the mic, you can, and you're ready, you can raise your hand. There's an option to raise your hand on there if you're ready to speak. And again, if you come up here, please don't unmute your mic unless you're speaking. I think we go with Alfred, and anyone who is waiting to speak, you can request the mic. It's an open space. Anyone
Hey guys,
is open to
I'm here.
bring in their contribution. Thank you, Alfred. Continue.
Hey guys, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Alfred, and I'm a resident from Baringo. And I think we should now start doing civic education on our people, because if we don't do that, these politicians are going to manipulate the people in the rural areas. On that note, I would like us also to change the way in which these politicians are doing their campaigns. We should not give them a chance to infiltrate into areas where they can use the money to buy their voters. My suggestion is we should have and in each sub-county or at ward level, we should have a way where we can invite those who are interested in this election post and let them give us their ideas, their manifestos, and that is all. We should not give them a chance to go into the villages to dish out money to do what. So that whoever is elected based on the ideas and the manifesto, not based on how loud are his foot soldiers, how loud are his music. We should only allow them to give us their ideas, then the rest we digest. I think that is my submission. Thank you for the opportunity. God bless you. RUTO must go.
Thank
Yeah, I'm
You
a
are doing a
student.
certificate course.
Yes, in fashion and design.
In?
Fashion and design.
Fashion and design.
Yes.
Oh, very good. So that is what you're already using the internet to work on.
Yes.
Ah, very good.
And also I do music online part-time. I've been music.
Music?
Yes, I've been
Online?
coming. Yeah.
Part-time?
Yes, part-time.
Which music?
All, I design all music, reggae, genge, country, hip-hop, R&B, all those I do online.
Internet. So those are very important.
Yes, it has
Internet
assisted us so
and
much. Computer. Yes.
and of course a place to work from.
Yes.
Yeah. Electricity, of course. Yes. Okay, very good. So, Mr. David, what do you want me to do more so that we can improve what you're doing and also maybe to reach out to more young people across Kenya?
Expand the beats so that when I get the market somewhere, I don't ask for money before the work, and also get market for the product so that I sell it.
So market is something that you would want.
Yes, market
for the
these
products you're
products.
manufacturing.
Yes.
Are you able to think about marketing some of your products online?
Yes.
Maybe that's an option you can look at.
Yes.
Even as I work on, we are building county aggregation industrial park in this county.
Yes.
We also know we are doing another special economic zone in the neighboring county. Yes. All those are avenues for us to export some of the products that we have. But also online, you have an opportunity to market some of the products using the e-commerce platform that is there.
Yes.
Ndio?
Ndio.
Very good. Asante sana. So let me just say the following. To all the students here in visiting Museveni College in Marakwet County, I was here a few years ago when we were starting this technical training college. I am a very proud person that I think 6 years down the road, we now have 1,880 students. And they are not only learning technical skills, but they are also on to the digital world, which is one of our very flagship programs, on making sure that as you learn, we also monetize your knowledge, your talent, the expertise you go through, and make sure that you have an opportunity to earn an income for what you're doing. I am very happy between the balance between what you're learning and also finding time to do something online that puts money in your pocket. That is a very progressive way of learning. That as you learn, you also take the opportunity to find opportunities for yourself.
what they want, and they will pay their fees using salaries and so on, only continuing to go into parliament and allocate more money to their own bank accounts. Our system is completely upside down. Our system is not one where MPs are these innocent, low-level individuals like everybody else. MPs are filling their bank accounts consistently. Every election cycle, they just pick a few shillings here and there, and they just pay for someone's lunch, or they just buy someone soap and beans somewhere. That is not the country we want to see continue. Now, marching to parliament is marching to parliament for the people who are in Kampala and who can manage. Marching to the MPs' homes is not going to them, banging on their gates and forcing them out to lynch them or anything. Our country isn't like that at all. Picketing in front of their houses on roads, on public property, is legal here in Uganda and everywhere else. But our country really, really needs to be changed. That's why we're marching. And even when there is violence, even when we are beaten, even when we are shot at, our country will still be moving forward, because at least they will know that we will not be sitting silently any longer. I want to say again, you brought out points about violence, about whether we have informed the police all over the country. You asked about 529 MPs all being awful. They earn 40 million Ugandan shillings. That is almost 100 times more than what the average Ugandan makes. That's wrong. They make all that money. Each of them, in accepting that money, makes themselves liable to the wrath of Ugandans, because they are gorging so much of our resources that could go elsewhere. But even if we understand that that is what they have built the system to, why do they decide on what money they should earn? Why is it their decision to choose that and that? Whether they're good or bad, they still receive that money, NRM or opposition, every single month. And like a sister of ours, Cynthia, had mentioned, it's really, really hemorrhaging our bank accounts as a nation. Now, let me be very clear. No Ugandan going for this protest under the reasons we have all put forward, under the reasons of saying that we love our country, we don't want to see corruption anymore. We don't want to see the speaker in power any longer. We don't want to see MPs earning 3 million shillings. We don't want to see our hospitals, our roads, our schools, all in the terrible sorry state they're in. Nobody who knows these reasons is going to go to a house of an MP to kill them, to beat them, or to rape their children. We are Ugandans just as they are. We love our country, maybe as they do, but clearly they're hemorrhaging it, so not as much, do they? But we love our Uganda. We don't want our Uganda to descend into anything like Sudan or anything like Sri Lanka. But we want our country to get back its power into the hands of its citizenry. We petition these people. They call us only when they need to win an election. They call us to their houses. They host parties. They pay school fees for the children of many constituents. That is what our system is. But why do they need to have all this money? To make them central figures in constituencies instead of servants of our own will as electorate. Marching to parliament is not in any way about attacking MPs. Suna has said this over and over again, and I think Onyango had alluded to it as well. We are not violent. We are not attacking anybody. We are not there or in any part of our country, as large as it is. He mentioned about how, Suna mentioned about how big Uganda is. Imagine walking from Bulawayo to Harare just to attend parliament. Our country is suffering everywhere, and people cannot make it. Some people cannot afford the journey. So we tell them, as they call you every election cycle to ask you for your vote so that they can take more money into their bank account, as they call you to their houses and host parties and give you bars of soap for your vote in the election, go there and let them host you again and tell them that they must vote to lower their salaries 100-fold from 40 million to 3 million only per month. Tell them that as they vote every cycle, that they should not just vote for the money that's meant to go to our hospitals and voting for it to be given to some company called RUTO. Tell them. And when they fail to do so, when 26 comes, kick them out and put someone else in charge. Tell them that they should submit themselves to the IGG for a wealth check and a wealth audit, they should be examined by our IGG's office, and they should offer the report to the constituents themselves. That is us having the power of our country. It's not about violence. It's not about murder. It's not about pedophilia. Our country is not that, and we will fight to make sure it's none of that. Every point you have raised is valid, but our country is different, and the reasons for this march are not in any way aligned with that. Whether it happens, we condemn it in the fullest force. But there is no leader to this march. I am not a leader. Neither is James, neither is Mudsha or Renyango, neither is Kamuga. Each of us are Ugandans, and everyone else in mass. We love our country and we want to see it move forward. Thank you for God and country.
Thank you so much for breaking it down the way you have. Most appreciated. And I'm sure a lot of the citizens really understood what you're saying there. Thank you so much for that. And I'll repeat, ladies and gentlemen, that this is what I do. I basically ask questions and put my own sort of other, not my own sincerely, like basically when I ask questions, it doesn't mean I'm saying, yeah, I'm a protester myself. I've campaigned and stuff. But the things that I want you to realize, a lot of the things that I'm saying, you hear your proponents saying the same thing. Or perhaps when you hold that protest, they'll be saying, oh, they came to our house, they did this. You never know how they will try to change the narrative. So be aware of that. Let's have these very crucial discussions. And thank you so much for that. That was very clear. I understood very much a lot of what you said there. Thank you so much for that, Twesi. And can we go to H? And then I see we've got Mugi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm clear.
Yes, you are.
Yesterday in these spaces, I mentioned, or rather, I had two queries. And now that Selene, you've mentioned some of them, I need to probably revisit it since the answer was not very convincing enough yesterday. So, at what point then does protesting in someone's private property, at what point does it become criminal trespass? I'll need lawyers in this space to be able to allay our fears, because I don't want to go protest in front of the property of my MP, and I'm shocked. Yeah, we want to know exactly where does the buck stop. Secondly, still in regard to violence, it's true there will be opportunistic people who take advantage of this march to parliament to cause chaos and become violent. Again, how are we going to handle those who become violent? And if I have to paraphrase the question again, are we supposed to apprehend them and hand them over to police, or what? That is not clear. Thirdly, uh, yesterday I also said, what happens if the Speaker of Parliament resigns, chooses to resign? Will that be the end of corruption in the country? I think we need to refine this further so we know exactly what we are marching to Parliament for. Me personally, I would be marching there because, first of all, I'm very uncomfortable with the appointment of a corrupt person to hold a public office. I'm going to be carrying my placard saying Calamera must quit. So I don't know how many lawyers are in here, but I need some clarity on that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, IH, for that. And also, if we have leaders or if anyone can, send a message to anyone who's a lawyer so that they can kind of break that down. And MP and the other speakers as well. Please note what our brother just said there. It's important for there to be clarity. Some people just want clarity because may make the difference between someone who's possibly gonna sit at home and just watch as it's happening and someone who come in and join. Clarity is very important. But MP, I'll let you respond to that in a minute. Let's hear what Mugi has to say, and then I'll come to you. Mugi, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I loud and clear, my sister?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
First of all, I would thank you, boss, for hosting. As I hear the accent, I believe you're my cousin from Kenya.
Oh, bless you. I'm from everywhere, but I'm Zimbabwean.
From there.
It's just a posh accent, I guess.
Yeah, happy that a sister from Zimbabwe is feeling at heart to host this for the brothers in Uganda. It's really a great pleasure. First of all, I'll first do a small recap about the people who may, or the goons that may come into our movement, or the citizenry of March to Parliament. First of all, we've been laying out, our brothers have been doing graphics with the guidelines. So we have guidelines in place and how to tackle this. For example, when you see someone who is doing something that is not acceptable, it means that if we are calling for cooperation with the security operatives, we are calling upon them not to throw tear gas canisters in us when we are peaceful or not to do anything. So if they cooperate with us in a very best manner, if we see someone who is doing the contrary on our side, it will be upon us to hand him or her over to the security operatives because they have been cooperative with us. That's the first thing. And the issue of going to the homes of these members of parliament, first of all, we all understand English in the best manner of it. We are talking about, some people are talking about not in their homes. So we don't tell people to go in their homes, but at their homes. As the previous speaker spoke about it, you can, protest at the gate because we know our members of parliament of Uganda, some of them are cunning. On that day, they will not appear at the parliament, some of them, and they will choose to stay at their homes to watch from a far distance. So, being at their houses or at their home, not inside them, in a peaceful manner, whereby they're just holding placards and shouting out their grievances, it can at least make them understand that wherever I go, the cries of the citizens of Uganda will be haunting me. So I was just making a submission about those two factors. Another thing I want to put across: in Uganda, we are having, every person is a victim of this corruption thing. As my brother H said, that he has his specific reason, like the vetting and approving of a certain corrupt officer to take over a government job. It's one of the demands that we are making. So we have a chain of demands that are aligned, and one of the demands that we have on the plate is the speaker to resign. And the reason why it is like that, it is because the laws of parliament and the laws of Uganda have really given the speaker of parliament a lot of power, whereby she is the chair of the vetting committee of different ministries and whatever. So she has taken over this role as a way to picket for her some powers, that if you don't do this and this for me, I won't make it easy for you through the vetting committee. So by her, the impunity that she has showed within the parliament by gagging members of parliament and not to speak about corruption, it makes her to be at the forefront. So she's one of our demands, but not the last of our demands. So we have immense demands on our plate, and we will handle them one by one. As I can give you an example of our brothers in Kenya, how they did it, that what sparked off was a financial bill. But behind the financial bill, they had other core demands that really are shaping Kenya to the direction where the citizens want their country to be. So we are not stopping at anything until we see that at least we've put some sanity into the institutions of Uganda as citizens. And when you go on our timelines and people who are advocating for this, you will see that the first thing we speak about is peaceful. Is peaceful. The first thing we advocate for is non-violence. For example, yesterday we saw a group of Ugandan citizens again going to the parliament and marching, and they were even accepted inside the parliament when they were carrying out a peaceful demonstration. So it is a good lesson that we learned from them. So we believe that the police will treat us in the same way that they treated others. So as I conclude, because I believe you have a chain of other people to make their submission, we as Ugandans, everyone here, even you know that Ugandans are the peaceful people that you've ever seen on earth, because for 40 years they have endured every kind of humiliation from the government, from the parliament. They've endured some of the ruthless rulings from the government and the parliament, some ruthless acts and whatever, and they've been peaceful for the longest time that any person can speak about. So a sane Ugandan can't steep low to be violent in a manner that will tarnish the name of the country. And that's what we put forward as Ugandans, to move as one, and on 23rd to be peaceful from all walks of life. because corruption have really eaten up our country to the core. We are seeing a lot of ministers being picked from the parliament. Over 80 or 70% of ministers are, they double as members of parliament. So what does it mean? It means that this parliament is a very strong house, and it's a very strong house that we should really put to order, that we should try to speak about. And by the law, someone spoke about the law. By the law, the constitution, it gives when the laws of a citizen of a country. If you visit the constitution, Article 3 in the Constitution of Uganda, as amended 1995, it reads, one of the few roles of a citizen is to combat corruption. Combat is an assertive word, it's a very strong word when you go in literature. So, but we want to use it in a very softened manner of demonstrating by placards, words, and preaching our message out to the wananchi down there. So, as a citizen of Uganda, I'll call upon all of you on 23rd to heed to your citizenly role of coming and combating corruption in a very peaceful manner and misuse of government property. So that is what the constitution says, and it goes again at Article 1, which says that power belongs to the people, and people can share this power in small bits to other government entities. But it further goes that this doesn't relinquish all the power from the citizens. It means that power belongs to the people, and it remains solely in the guts or in the hands of the citizens of Uganda. For God and my country, I think I can stop from here. Thank you, Jesse Mwama, our brother from Kenya. Thank you, everyone who is here. Our country is calling. We should heed to the call, be peaceful, move and go, so that we can try to start and make history, so that the whole world knows that when the citizens wake up and do things in a very peaceful manner, they can achieve a lot. For God and my country, back to you, my sister boss.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, my brother. And beautifully said. I'll still come back to this whole issue of where it says home, their homes. I feel, I'll give you an example of something that happened in Zimbabwe quite recently. After our elections last year, basically, we had a political party that was basically a leader of the main opposition, Chamisa, was telling people to, defend your vote. And what we knew was that ZEC, obviously, they have their meters where they say once you voted, you need to go back home and so, or stand outside of these meters. I believe it was 100 meters or something like that. And I remember then people were saying, oh, we'll stand and we'll protest 100 meters, because obviously that was the stipulation that ZEC had put forward. And then I happened to say, but wait a minute, guys, the police also have got jurisdiction after that 100 meters. What if they then say, oh, everybody needs to go home because they don't have manpower and whatnot, whatnot. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. And we didn't see people being able to stay outside, after they'd voted to defend their vote after their 100 meters and so forth. But the reason why I'm raising this is to say, what is it that the Ugandan constitution says about private property? Because the moment you say home, right? Unfortunately, English is our colonizer's language. You just said home. You haven't specified how far from the home, how many yards from the home, how many this. People will end up just assuming, oh, we can do whatever it is, because it's not all of us who actually think about these things and actually ask these questions to say, what is the reasonable, what does the law allow for, where can you pick it, how far from the property, those type of situations. So you need to also stipulate that as the way we are asking questions here. For those who partake and those who would want to also support and be part of this protest, to say, yes, it's peaceful protest, but you need to stand such and such away from the residents. Otherwise, it ends up being viewed as this and that. That needs to be said, instead of it just being appearing as home. You're not saying anything when you say home. Someone can literally go front of the gate, someone's gate, and be like, yeah, this is what I understand as the home. You don't know these things because you don't know who's partaking, who's going to be part of it. And you also don't know the narratives that the same repressive regime would use to try and attempt to ruin such a protest. So yeah, MP, please come through. Is there any lawyers out there
Okay.
who can also help us with this question?
Yeah, I've tagged the lawyers. He has been here. I think we have not yet tackled that, and he has given us guidance on most of the things that we've been talking about. Before I begin this conversation, I want to recognize my brother Jesse. He's a revolutionary from Kenya. I hope we will have, whenever we host space, it is a must that we have to give a microphone. Jesse, please, you're welcome. And please, Jesse, you can request for the mic and talk to this congregation. Probably this is international Uganda, Zimbabwe. Probably we may have Zambians and Ugandans. So Jesse, please, I request you to speak. Also, the other thing I want to tell Ugandans that are here, the Daily Monitor has just printed out a publication this time, a few minutes ago. I've shared it in the comment section. They're talking about this protest. So they said, the Monitor said, chatter about a march to Parliament on July 23rd in protest against fraudulent conduct by those in power keeps gaining amplitude. Please go share it and let it go more viral. Okay. Salani, I want to answer some of the questions that are so much been asked by the people, especially by H. And he said, what is the degree of privacy, like a private, what constitutes
Private
a personal
residence,
property?
private property.
Yes. And lawyer was guiding us some time back that the only two places that people are not supposed to access is State House and Parliament of Uganda. But remember, even still Ugandans protest outside Parliament of Uganda. Even Ugandans still, I myself, and I wasn't charged by over trespass because I never entered inside Parliament. Our interests, like you said, the English, march to home, march to Parliament. Even when we say march to Parliament, still we are not entering Parliament. So it is the same, march to home. We are not entering home. So it is the work of the police to protect the property of the person where people want to protest, but also it's the work of the police to protect the Parliament so that they can say, okay, you only supposed to stop in the road. Don't cross here. But for a personal
Wait,
property,
MP, wait. There was a brother who was
yes.
saying that these MPs, some of them, host parties in their homes, right? So to someone who's going to go and protest and you've said go to their homes, they'll remember the time when they were eating whatever food they were eating on that day in the person's home. And then they'll decide to enter that home.
Salan, don't bring drama. Don't bring drama. Don't bring drama. This is serious. Don't bring drama, Salan. But the point here is, we are marching to their homes. We are not entering the gates. And what separates a private home is a road. So as long as police allows protesters to stay in the road, that is okay, because a private property starts from where there is a demarcation of ownership. So probably if someone has a gate, you are not supposed to enter the gate. Like the same way the Parliament, we are not interested in entering Parliament. But yesterday we saw some protesters who are protesting against some member of Parliament. For them, they entered Parliament. So it is funny. But as the 23rd protesters, we are not having any interest in entering any property because we know that is criminal trespass. For us, our voices are clear. We are saying no to corruption and no to theft by the members of Parliament and no to politicians that have been stealing our money. I think H is listening. Where do you stop? Criminal trespass begins the moment you enter someone's property. And there is always demarcation of property. In Parliament, you have seen where they put barricades, where they check that people are not supposed to enter there. If, as a protester, you are not supposed to cross there. Below that, you are supposed to protest. You can even protest up to Ginger Road, up to where all that is okay. You can protest as long as police is there. As long as you are not violent. So there's a big space to protest. We don't know where those MPs stay. So you, as a protester, you must identify. But also, Salani, I want to bring this to your attention, that the government always will always infiltrate. Even Jesse's here is going to talk about, actually ask him about infiltration and how they managed to overcome that. They did little they did little for those guys who are infiltrating. But it is the work of the police. It is the work, is not me as a protester. It is the work of the police to arrest whoever is violent. Me as a protester, James, as a protester, I'm holding my banner. Whoever throws stones, that is the work of police. And I've been on record. I told police, you come to arrest those people that are throwing stones, that are burning tires. Arrest them. Even if they are real protesters, arrest them, because it is not a violent protest. It is a peaceful protest. I think I'll move away from that.
Okay.
So the other question, I wrote to them. Probably
Yeah, there
he
was a
asked
lot
which
which
are the
was asked.
question.
Drink some water. Drink some water. Because I've got a question. You people, let's be serious here, okay? And we are serious, of
Yeah,
course.
okay.
But this is the
Mm,
thing. Okay, if I'm someone, let's say Salani, Boss Salani lives next to one of your MPs that you want to protest against, yeah, right?
mm,
Unfortunately, now residents, right? They, when someone's gate, some have this thing whereby there's the gate, but some have got like a little portion of lawn, where you've got a road that demarcates, and then you've got the other side. I remember once I
mm,
organized a protest where I'm based, and we went to a GP surgery because this owner of that surgery was in cahoots with the former president of Zimbabwe, the late president, and he had looted, basically taken a farm from a white Zimbabwean farmer back home. So what we did
mm,
was we organized a protest this side. We protested there for time. And what I made sure I found out was what the police allowed us to do. Police were notified, working together with the Zimbabwe Vigil. Police were notified of our intentions to protest every single time we went there. And we also told them that we also had to be not where the entrance, because remember, this is a residence. So you're not supposed to
mm,
block the gates so that they cannot come in and out, right? We weren't
mm,
supposed to do that.
mm,
So we stood on the other side of the road, where we were also
mm.
not blocking other cars that live in the residence or any
Yes.
properties that were in that residence. It's important to note. That's why I'm asking the same question, to say, when you say home, you're not giving people enough information as to how they should also hold themselves, regardless of being peaceful. You can also get arrested for even blocking someone, an entrance. Someone can report and say, "Hi, they blocked me. I've got no access to my property, this and that. We can't move." Anything can cause someone to get arrested, possibly,
Salani,
if you do not
Salani,
also look into that.
go to the comment section. Go to the comment section. 2 days ago, I posted a tweet and I said, don't burn tires, don't throw stones, don't disrupt transport, don't confront police, don't force people to join you, don't allow any vandalism, don't move without a placard. Those are things that we have been talking about. We understand the kind of situation we are dealing in as a country, and we have tried to guide people as much as possible. But of course, there are some people that will not do that, and there are people that won't follow anything. But as me as an individual, I've tried, because from day one, when we set up that we are going to carry out a protest, it was started on the foundation of being peaceful. We have not done anything that calls for violence. I have even blocked people that are inciting violence in the spaces. People that have been in our spaces, they know that so well. I've blocked people that incite violence in our spaces, so that we keep it purely natural. I have blocked people that are inciting political what and all that. I've stopped them from speaking when I hold my spaces. So we have been so much careful to understand the kind of situation that we are dealing in as a country. We are dealing in a kind of dictatorship. Yesterday, police issued a statement and said that they are supposed to protect the property, they are supposed to protect the protesters, and they are supposed to protect the lives. So that is their work. But the problem is that going overboard and trying to control and stop even the protesters. So, like you said, you protested on the site, not in the main road. In the event where people are protesting in the main road, so then the work of the police should be, okay, you guys, you can make your point on the side. Like if we are in a civilized environment where people are being peaceful, but they are not, I mean, peaceful, but they are blocking the road, then the work of the police will be, okay, you guys, you know what? Extend that side. Let people pass. I think this should be the civilized kind of environment that we should. But the problem is that these people, they don't want they don't want to give people time to think. Even them, because for them they don't think. They don't want to give other people to think. We set up with an agenda of carrying out a very, very peaceful protest. And for me, I'm on record with so many people here. They have always informed Ugandans that, you know what, before it has been riots. Right now, we are organizing a peaceful protest. And I'm very happy that Jesse is here. I want to finish my point, then Jesse, please, will come. Someone like I want to finish with Jesse's concern. Like, how will the resignation of Speaker Anita Mong stop corruption? One, has there ever been a protest in Uganda that has forced any person to resign? Has there ever been a protest in Uganda that has ever forced anyone to resign? Sometimes even people are taken to court, they are convicted. Sometimes they are censured by the government, I mean by parliament, and you find that the person doesn't resign his job, the president doesn't sign. Why? Because there are few people that have the power to say something. Ugandans don't have the power right now. If you have the power to force Anita Mong to resign, that will be the beginning of the end of impunity and corruption in Uganda. I don't have to bring magnifying lens to put on someone's eyes to see this, because we have not had the power to even force a local chairperson to resign. We don't have that power right now. If we get that power that we can force a whole speaker of parliament to resign, it means we can get another power to say that the ministers in finance should also resign. Accounting officers in finance should also resign, because this is what the parliament has been saying, that for us we are talking about the speaker and the MPs, we are not talking about the accounting officers. Okay, where do we have the power when they have taken our power from us? Right now, one of the things that we want to achieve is to get back our power. We are not going to get arms to fight to get back the power. No, we are mobilizing Ugandans to get back their power so that they can be able to say something that and refuse something that they don't want. It is what you guys don't have in Zimbabwe. It is what we don't have in Uganda. It is what many other people don't have. Yes, I am not in position to speak. I'm in transit. Okay, Jesse said he's not in a position to speak. Probably he will let us know when he's able. Jesse won't be able to speak. So my conclusion is that one of the reasons why Ugandans need to protest is to get their power. This Jesse, these guys in Kenya, they got back their power. They got back their power. When they said we don't want the ministers, the president chased all of them. That's the citizen power. That's the topic you have given us today. So how can a Ugandan get back his power to that they can even chase an LC1 chairperson who has misappropriated government money or who has sold the land inappropriately? How? Wow, you can't do anything right now because we don't have the power. Like I told you, I went to protest. The person that I protested against, put him in jail, sent everything, and then I spent days in jail. I spent days in police. No one was speaking about it. If Ugandans had the power, I wouldn't just be jailed like that. I would be given police bond. That's what happened in Kenya. All those Gen Z protesters, they were released on police bond. No one was sent to prison because they have the power. What they are doing was right. They were doing a lawful thing. So until citizens get the power, you can't say anything and you can't do anything to change anything in government. One of the reasons we are going to Parliament on 23rd. I think I'll just pause here.
Absolutely, absolutely. If any of the other speakers would like to chime in, or new speakers, listeners would like to request the mic, please feel free. We this discussion is so interesting, and I want to really appreciate all the speakers and you, the listeners, who make citizens speak out what it is. It's wonderful to hear from Ugandans talking about the situation and this protest as well. And one thing that I noticed, there's there's unity, even in the questions or the statements that are coming through. You see this unity that is coming out there. And also, I remember what Etwesi said earlier, where he kept on repeating the fact, and MP said it as well, that, and Mugi, that this is a citizenry initiative. No one is the leader. This is our brothers and sisters from Uganda coming together, saying we are fighting against corruption. We're sick and tired. We want Anita to resign. And you can see the unity that's coming through there. So thank you so much for all the comments that are coming through. And please, we're definitely support a peaceful protest. I am definitely a supporter of, and it is allowed by our constitutions and as well as the Ugandan constitution for citizens to protest peacefully. It is a right. And the other question that I would ask MP or any of the speakers, if you could respond to. I've always wondered, and I've always said actually, that, before people come to a point of now protesting, going into the streets, they will have exhausted every single avenue, whether it's legal avenue, whether it's, communication, discussion avenue, and nothing would have helped, right? So the question I'm asking is, as Ugandans, do you feel you've exhausted every single avenue that was available to you, and this is now the last resort? Over to you, Mugi. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, my sister. First of all, when I was submitting, I spoke about 40 years of immense human rights violation and blackmail of rule of law. As I told you, if you remember very well, I told you that within the parliament, it's where we have the vetting committee chaired by the Speaker of Parliament, who always, I'll give you one of the easiest scenario of the Electoral Commission, whereby the executive appointed certain people on the Electoral Commission, and the Speaker of Parliament refused to vet them until they did, put in her cousin, I think, or someone that is related to her onto that committee. And then she chose to do what? She chose to vet the committee of the Electoral Commission. So that's the kind of impunity that Ugandans are dealing with. In Uganda, we are seeing that even the courts of law have been influenced by politicians, whereby a case is in court, but a politician comes out openly and tells you, you won't win this case because you're nobody, and I'm your member of parliament, and I'm the speaker, and I'm the deputy speaker, and I'm so and so. So that's the kind of the country we are living in. It's a country that doesn't have a real rule of law. Rule of law is under the carpet, whereby even the people in who don't agree with the people in power, even if he is an MP, he can easily be shut up. For example, recently in the Parliament of Uganda, we saw a Speaker of Parliament whereby an MP stood trying to speak about corruption and everything that is going on in the country, and the Speaker told him live on TV, "Shut up! Can you stop your nonsense?" Imagine a Speaker telling that to the Member of Parliament on the floor of Parliament, trying to put the concerns of a citizen up. So this is the country of, that we are dealing with, whereby you find a one. I will give you one an ex-judge, who is a cadre of the political party in power. Every one of you, if he's a Ugandan, he can tell you that these people, the appointments are based on the party you support in the country called Uganda. They don't overlook what you can do. It's about technical know-how, not technical know-how. That's how Uganda is being driven, whereby everything moves like it's a rouge state. That's what I can say. It's a rouge state. Now Ugandans have lost hope in the people they send to parliament because they are being gagged by the Speaker of Parliament, and some of them, they are sold out, or their consciousness is being bought. And when we go into the courts of law, the courts of law upholds what those who put them in power, who appoint them into the judge position, like, not what citizens like. So this is why the Ugandans at this actual juncture, they are standing up to say that Let's invoke the Article 1 of the Constitution. Let us invoke Chapter 3 of the Constitution, because the government has failed us. Now it is our turn to stand on our toes or on our feet and tell these people that this is how things should be done. An example again linked to our Kenyan brothers, because it's the recent action that took place. Kenya, everyone knows how democratic it is and how they vote every after two terms they get a new government, but they came up and invoked what the constitution, the power that the constitution gives them, because some things were not going in the way they wanted. The members of parliament had started to boast, whereby when a citizen asks, why is this bill is like this and this, a member of parliament could tell him or her, you're so poor, you can't even afford a belt that I have, you can't afford the watch that I have. Such impunity can make the people, the citizens, to be fed up, whereby I voted you into the parliament and you're not really helping me in this or the other way. So this kind of behavior from the members of parliament, and in actual juncture, the speaker of parliament, the impunity, the language, the personality, the non-professionalism that is being, showcased, it triggers the anger of the citizens of Uganda, and protesting and demonstrating becomes the only resort that they think can make them out of the gutters of corruption and blackmail of rule of law. Back to you, my sister.
Thank you so much for that, Mugi. I can see Gokwe has just joined us. I just have one question before I go to Gokwe. I'm coming to you in a second. I just looked at my calendar, and the 23rd of July is a Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. How does it work in Uganda? Do your parliamentarians are they not at work? Because I'm sure many might or few of them have jobs. How does that work? Are they in their offices? How have you guys thought about that? Because I'm just wondering right now that on a Tuesday, day-to-day activity, someone might be at work and not possibly at their residence. They might end up being there later on in the evening, or maybe some are even traveling and going away. Have any of you thought about that?
Uh,
Mugi, would you like to respond?
Okay, my sister. First of all, I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of our members of parliament are dealers that are in the parliament to do deals. So we have a lot of members of parliament who really, even it was showcased recently when one of the members of parliament was trying to speak about corruption, and the speaker was like, "Do you want us also to speak about the bad deals that you do at parliament?" So it means that. A lot of them they are full-time employees of the parliament, and they are in the corridors of parliament in different committees trying to make deals with fallen people. And on another hand, the reason why it was 23rd, the parliament had gone in recess, and it was being called upon to come back on 23rd. So that's when the call for 23rd started, because they were coming back from recess. And right now, we couldn't go back about the 23rd, because once you start a move as citizens, you have to remain on your word, and the sovereignty lies by the parliament. The sovereignty lies by the parliament. So it means a mayor coming to parliament, and be it being a weekday, it really shows that the sovereignty of the parliament will have to witness us, because power is invested into the parliament. Even the members of parliament, when they are in the precincts or when they are in the boundaries of the parliament, they are immune to certain issues. But when they come out of the gates of the parliament, that immunity is relinquished. So it means that we are facing the parliament, not individual people. As I told you, when we are doing this, we are not targeting a singular person. We are targeting misuse of power. We are targeting corruption. So that's why the aim is at the parliament, not a singular person. Back to you, my sister.
Wonderful. Sorry, Gokwe, please welcome to the space, and please go ahead.
Good morning, Boss Salani. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm not a politician and I'm not very conversant in politics. But I've been listening to many platforms. I want to ask what I think is, I want to speak as a layman. Basically, I've noticed that there's so much talk about protest, corruption, and all that. Mine is more of a question. Why is it that the people are concentrating on protesting and all that? Why is it that when opportunities avail, for example, that there are elections, the same people who are now saying they protest, why don't they protest through the ballot such that there is no questions at all en mass through the ballot? That's one. My question is, why don't people use the opportunities that avail? For example, when we have MPs that get into parliament, they concentrate. We can see the cars that were being driven when the protesters were coming to the parliament, when the MPs were running away. They were very, very, very expensive cars. And yet we see people talking about corruption. But when people come to parliament, they participate in corruption directly or indirectly through benefiting from. Do they really need those expensive cars? Isn't that in itself corruption? Isn't that partaking in corruption? And the youth have people focused on it. Isn't it that sometimes maybe it's inefficiencies on the part of governments that they don't know how to control it? And if people looked at the tools that can be used to say, you old people, there are tools that can be used to stop corruption automatically, such that it's impossible to steal. You know, workplaces where people can steal because it's stealable. You can steal because it's easy to steal. And then some workplaces where you cannot steal because there is a things in place. So instead of, because also, have we looked at the systems themselves to say these systems are susceptible? They make people susceptible to even someone who's not corrupt. When they get there, they get corrupt because they become vulnerable because the money is there to just take and there's no accountability. Have we ever looked at how the leakages can be stopped? Because these demonstrations, how are they going to stop corruption? Honestly. Because it seems like the demonstrations are focusing on corrections on people who lost elections or something. Because how are they going to stop corruption? These demonstrations. I'm not against or for, but I'm just trying to find out. Yes, in Kenya, it's a different population, different kind of people. But is it going to work in Uganda? Is it going to work in Zimbabwe? But I'm just trying to say,
No, bless you. No, we got your point. Thank you so much, Gokwe, for that. Right, I can see. Let's do this. Let's hear from MP and then Mugi, please, with response to Gokwe's question there.
I think he has just asked the same question that anyway. I'll just give briefly. Then I think Jesse is a more maybe position to answer. But I've just answered about what are the effects of a protest. But Jesse will answer that. I want just to comment something with what Gokwe is concerned. The systems are not the problems. It is the people that are the problem. Because most countries have good laws against corruption, so there's no way how the system can be a problem. It is the citizens of that country that don't have powers to fight corruption. For us, our Inspector General of Government told us, as citizens, you must fight corruption. I don't know what about in your country, But for us, our Inspector General of Government, the institution that's supposed to fight corruption, the lady publicly told us, as citizens, you are the victims, or you should fight corruption. We have so many laws against corruption, so many laws. But the people, the government, the politicians, they know citizens can't do anything. They know that the citizens can do anything, and their fellow leaders can't hold them accountable. So we have very good laws against corruption. It is because people are not in position to fight corruption as citizens. I tell you, I've gone to Dubai, and it's a country where you can't find someone stealing a phone, where someone can't steal anything, or wallet or what. Why? Because they know, everyone knows, every individual knows, when you steal, this is what happens. That every individual has the power to report you if you committed a crime. Like, every person is empowered to do something. In our country, we have mandated this power to the state, of which the state is also corrupt. So at the end of the day, it comes back to the individuals as citizens. We don't have the power because we have delegated our power to the same people that are stealing us. So that's why when people stand up and say, you know what, when we protest, corruption can end. Because in Uganda, we have some of the politician that was arrested a few days, and he came to our space and he told us what? It is good to protest, because when you protest, you will scare these people. They will never steal again, because they will know that your eyes are seeing them. It will be a hot plate. Everyone will fear to touch there. Right now, they don't fear because they know we are not going to do anything. I think I want to stop here because Jesse has something to say.
Wonderful. We're waiting for Jesse. I don't think his hand is up. Oh, Jesse, you're here. Oh, is it? Welcome.
Yeah,
One
yeah,
second.
yeah.
1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, Mugi, is it okay if I go to Jesse first before I come to you?
Yeah, though it was 1 minute that I wanted to pass.
Okay, no, so go ahead and then we'll go to Jesse,
Yeah,
because I'd mentioned your name before. Go ahead.
we'll do a recap of both what I put out and what James put out. The issue is my brother spoke about election and process election, whereby can't we do a protest vote? First of all, in Uganda, we've been voting for the last 35 or more years, and nothing has been changing because, as I told you before, that we have a system that is rigged. And I spoke about blackmail of rule of law and politics of technical know-who, not technical know-how, or people usually vote, and in the long run, you'll find that someone that you didn't vote is the one in the parliament. For example, recently, one of the person of opposition won an election as a member of parliament, and he was taken to court. The one of the ruling party was in number 3, but the court ruled that number 3 should be the member of parliament. We've seen the president coming out openly saying that whom he says that should be in the parliament is the one that can really be in parliament. Though in some places it is a very big protest vote whereby 100% it can be rigged, but we are finding a lot of rigged elections. A lot of people rigged to come to top of power. So we are having a very rigged system that really is not easy to do a protest vote. And for example, as I conclude, which my brother Jesse Mwama will highlight more, in Kenya they just voted 2 years back, but it didn't stop them. And I talked about the democracy in Kenya, and they've just voted 2 years back, but they didn't sit back when they saw something is not right, even if the government was just 2 years old. They woke up and walked the talk. And as we talk right now, their influence is making the government to do what really needs to be done. This should have been done long time ago by Ugandans, but they have been patient enough until yesterday, when they were like, no, enough is enough, let's do something, because the vote has really lied us. A lot of people find their way to power by bribing, by going to courts, by even in Uganda, some people say even cows vote. So it means the system is rigged. Back to you.
Wonderful. I hope, JC, you'll be able to also respond to a question that Gokwe mentioned there, to say, or basically a sentiment that our dynamics are different. As much as we're all Africans coming from our countries, basically our situations and you know, the dynamics of what we're going through, they do differ. We may want to protest, but there are other things, like how way we would protest in Zimbabwe and what would work for us may possibly not work for you in Uganda and even in Kenya or Zambia. So I think that also needs to be looked into, because that's a very interesting point there. Over to you, JC.
Well, Anika, that audible enough. Am I audible? Someone confirm?
Yes, you are.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for the platform as well. And I'm so grateful to be in this platform. And when you're discussing matters that involves our country, involves our future, involves our day-to-day life, because governance is all about our welfare. It's all about our lives.
JC, sorry to interject. Is it possible to move away? It sounds like there's a bit of radio or something in the background. Is it possible to move away from there, or it's not possible? If you could just let me know, so at least the citizens would know that there's nothing we can do about it. Over to you.
What about now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but in the background. But I'm sure it's okay for citizens. Yeah, please go ahead. They'll do their best to listen in. Go ahead, JC.
So I was talking of that, as you said, that there are dynamics in different countries, and of course, comparing our different countries, I can say there are dynamics, and that is something that you cannot ignore. Basically, in terms of democracy, how old is Zimbabwe when it comes to democracy? How old is Uganda when it comes to democracy? How old is Kenya when it comes to democracy? And in Kenya, democracy has been growing each and every year, each and every time, each and every day. This is not something that has come easily. There are people who has been fighting consistently, and therefore, even to that position, to that point that we are able to demonstrate, to come out into the streets without no one asking us, without no one shutting down the internet. It tells you that in terms of democracy, there is a level that we are. There is a level of growth and development. That is something that you cannot shy away from. Now, I'll say this, that well, as Ugandans, it's good that you come out. That is the only way people will know whatever you want. That is the only way the leadership will know that whatever that you need. Now, you have been so ignorant, so timid when it comes to matters to do with governance, especially we young people, and sometimes we are so fearful, we don't want to speak, we don't want to talk. Now it's high time as we, the young people, we rise up. There's no way they will listen to us until we come out of the streets. So I'll leave it here. There's someone with a question, I'll answer.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Right, Gokwe, would you like to do a follow-up? I can see you there. Let me send you the mic. But I feel what you mentioned there, yeah, you were definitely responding to what was said. MP, over to you.
Yes, I want to ask Jesse. I think it is important to understand and to listen to something. What did the protest? Because there's someone who downplayed the effect of protest. What did the protest Jesse gives you as a country? What did you get from the protests?
Hello.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
JC, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, fine. I didn't hear that question very well, but it may come out clear. Maybe you can repeat that question again, and then I may answer it. Unfortunately, I'm at a place where there is some bit of background noise, but I believe if as well you are able to hear each and every point that I'm giving, it's okay that I can proceed. Yes. So, MP.
All right, Jesse, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, there's someone there's a speaker that I was asking, trying to say like there will be no need for protest. I think the best thing that we should be waiting for is to wait for these elections so that we can change the people that we think are not doing well, especially those are corrupt and all that. That the protests are not doing a lot in a country. What did you guys get from the protests? What did you achieve from the protests?
There is okay, fine. When I get okay, there are those people who are like that, and of course you don't have to like this. Like I mean, there will always be people who are like that, and I can say from us on our end that we have achieved a lot when it comes to whatever our demands. We can say we are somewhere because right now, as someone noted that. The president has to had to disband the cabinet. That is one of the biggest steps that we have. That is one of the biggest achievements that we have had. And that was yesterday. So the Inspector General of the Police resigning he himself, not being dictated to do so, but he did that willingly. He said that he has resigned from his position. So those are some of the achievements that you are seeing that you have made. And right now there is a lot that is happening in the country. Going forward, we see like the people who come into the cabinet. There are people who we want, people with the right qualifications, people who are qualified, people who we think and we believe that they will work for us. So that is some of the achievements that we have made, and they mean a lot to us as a young people and as a country. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, JC. Can I quickly ask there because they've been. I mean, when we look at like someone like President Ruto, he's had the history that he's had is something that a lot of people maybe or may not be aware of, but I'm sure they are. And he's obviously made a couple of promises there, where he was talking about how he would compensate the families of who were unfortunately, I would say murdered by, the police security forces and all that. Has that happened? Because no matter any type of sort of what you call it sacking of his cabinet, he's still going to put in people that possibly resonate with him. Is the new cabinet going to be selected by citizens, or is he still going to be the one who's going to select the cabinet? I wonder if you could respond to that.
Yeah, in regards to the compensation of the people or the families who are affected, who lost their lives, it's something that I cannot be able to tell and of course talk of because I'm not in a position to know whether those families were compensated by the government. But in regards to who sits now next in the cabinet and how do we make sure that these are the people that the Kenyans want, I can tell you for now, what happens is the president is the one who appoints, he selects. And of course, because of the pressure that we have given him, I know he will not go to he will not pick or select his friends or his cronies or political cronies, but now he will be able to appoint those people who are in line with the qualification that the constitution has the qualification that the constitution has put out. So I believe and I trust and I know that this time round you bring people who are competent and people who are qualified. Now, after the president appoints the cabinet secretaries, what happens is the parliament has to vet them. The parliament is like an interview. The parliament has to vet them. Now, the vetting process takes place with the parliament, where the parliament grills each and every individual who has been appointed by the president. Now, note that we, the young people, we have put a lot of pressure to these members of parliament, and I know right now they will be able to vet and grill these persons and make sure that they are to the set qualifications that are indicated by the constitution. So we are at a moment of rebirth of our country, and we feel that now the country is taking to the right direction where everyone will be able to respect and honor whatever is indicated in our constitution. Yes.
Thank you for that. One more follow up. When I was looking at what happened in Kenya, and I believe a lot of people were definitely standing in solidarity with our fellow brothers and sisters in Kenya. there was a statement after, or basically there was a call for Ruto to resign. Has that changed? Because it looks like since he announced the sacking of his former cabinet, now the demand has to do with the returning looted funds. Are people still wanting Ruto, President Ruto, to resign as well? Or basically their stance has shifted due to the response that he gave? Because I believe the call for him to resign was after everything happened and people died, were killed. And then afterwards, there was a call for him to resign. Immediately after that, he held his space on social media there where he was speaking and listening, basically listening to citizens and responding. And he then sacked his cabinet. So now there's a call for the looted funds to be returned. So what's going on there? Because it's sort of like, has the call to resign for him stopped because of the sacking of his cabinet, or where do we stand now?
Um, where we stand now as a country, we can see there are so many things that are happening. It's not one, there are so many changes that are happening, different government agencies, and this is a result of the pressure that you have exerted. So the call for the president to resign is still there. There are a lot of conversation around that. He may not resign, he may or not resign, but at least right now we can see he's the one who is gearing the changes that we the young people want, we the Kenyans want. So he, as I said, he may or not resign, but now we have hold him hostage. There's nothing that he can do apart from doing whatever we the young people want or the Kenyans want. So that is how simply I can answer that question.
Oh, wonderful. Let me open it up to the other speakers if they'd like to chime in. I can see MP, your hand is up. And also, Gokwe, wait, before you, MP, I believe Gokwe was the one who had asked a question with JC had sort of responded to. Let's just see if he was happy with the response or you'd like to chime in again. Go ahead, Gokwe, and then we'll go to MP.
Yeah, well, I'm not fully answered though, and I think I didn't ask properly because I think I was a bit okay. Because you said Ruto, you asked whether Ruto has resigned or whatever. Look, I mean, this is my opinion.
Sorry. No, I
Every
asked
country has got
whether
a
he will resign, like whether they still want
okay.
him to
No,
resign.
yes.
He
I'm,
hasn't
no,
resigned,
no, no. I'm going to.
Gokwe. He hasn't
No,
resigned yet.
okay. No, I'm going to go there. What I'm trying to say is the reason why I said my question was towards solutions was okay. You have noticed that there's been some some problems, corruption or mismanagement, right? And every 5 years a country has got elections. Why don't people use those availed opportunities? That was my question one. Two, why don't people use opportunities that avail to them? Like, for example, the opposition are in parliament. When they are in parliament, why don't they use the opportunity to protest in parliament? I don't mean protesting as in protesting, but their presence to question is a form of protest. That why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why I'm asking that is because we find that throughout across Africa, when opposition go into parliament, they take that as an opportunity to loot as well, or to participate in whatever is happening, as opposed to what you are saying, what you are now trying to do in the streets. Three, have we looked at a situation where we say this corruption might be what I would call institutional corruption? By that, I'm trying to say institutions, it's easy to steal in that institution, or it's actually there's a culture, not necessarily one person taking, but everyone takes. Is it way? So has anyone looked at, okay, how can we solve the institutional corruption as opposed to individual corruption or group corruption? You see, so I see, why are we not being solution focused, is it way, as opposed to radical focused? Let's protest. Protest, I think, is just showing someone that this is happening. Is protesting is protesting. Sorry. So
Sorry,
why
Gogo. You're
are we?
speaking as someone who's never been part of a protest. Protests are powerful, my
No,
brother. You can't
no,
you
no.
can't
No,
just
I
belittle
understand. But
them.
what I'm no,
Protests are
no,
important and they're
no.
crucial.
What I'm trying to say. No, what I'm trying to say is a results is in, like, okay, when the opposition are in there, when, like, what I'm trying to say, if you put systems in place such that when I work for you, I can't even take a cent from your tax shop, foolproof I think you, those who are in the England or whatever, do you steal from your companies? Why don't you steal? Because it's not stealable. As in, like, you can't steal because it's foolproof. If people looked at that, how can that be put in place as opposed to going round, round, round? And also, this idea of saying someone has been in power for 2 years, your constitution says they are supposed to come off after 5 years. Who, who are you to remove them after 2 years? Because people voted. What if someone who's disgruntled on their corner mobilizes people to remove that particular president? Who's going to judge that those people who want to remove the president are the whole country? Your constitution stipulates that 5 years. Why are people trying to divert? I'm not discouraging or encouraging, but I'm just trying to get answers that if you agreed as a country to say we change people after 5 years, and then a certain group of people, this is a hypothetical thing, a certain group think the person is mismanaging, not because you've not done a referendum for the whole country to say, do you want this president? A certain group are disgruntled. Let's say they are from the city. When people from the rural areas are happy with that president, so who are you from the city who want to remove and go protest that come off, come off? When your constitution says 5 years, you see. So that's where I've got questions there to say who has authenticated a certain group to say now we don't want him. He should come off after 2 years in power. If you have another election, if you have who is given that authority to say go and remove? Because it's okay, people who organize the protest are the ones who know the reasons why, and they mobilize the people. They vote spotted people to come to the protest to remove the president or the prime minister, whatever. But if you consulted the whole country, if you come to Gokwe to ask us that do you want to remove Ruto or whoever? So I mean, do you understand where I'm coming from? That if if things are to change, why don't people take the formal availed approach, I mean available channels that are not in contradiction with the constitution? And why don't, for example, the luxuries that people give themselves in Africa, in the West developed economies, I understand they don't get all those things. It's some form of institutionalized corruption. I rest for now. I don't know if people can, yeah.
Thank you so much. Right. I don't know. Should we go to who's going to respond to that one? I think there were the points in there. Okay, MP, 1 second. Let's hear from Mugi. He hasn't spoken for some time. Oh, wait, you guys. Hey, many of you haven't spoken for some time. So we've got Mugi and we've got Twesi, and then let's go to MP, if that's okay. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you very much, my sister. First of all, I remember my brother spoke about that he's not a politician and he doesn't have a lot of knowledge about politics, but politics works with numbers. Who has the numbers in the parliament? So we have a parliament of Uganda. I'll give you an example of my home parliament, whereby live on TV, they were voting about a certain act or a certain bill, and the MPs said no, and the Speaker of Parliament said the ayes have it. I think a lot of people here have seen that. If you haven't seen it, you can go on YouTube and search about it. So numbers, act in high regards, and more so. I have been speaking about the issue of members of parliament being gagged up. When they try to speak something, they are given little time on the floor of parliament, and some of them are sellouts, whereby when they reach at the parliament, remember it's a government that has money. It can easily threaten them or buy them off. So It means that when you start speaking about opposition and the parliament, that's another story to speak. When you speak about it, the protests and speak about the constitution, in the whole world, I think 80% or 90 or 99.9% of the constitutions, they have a reservation for protests and demonstrations. In the West world that you speak about and you say they are very democratic, these are in these countries you find a lot of demonstration, even more than those in Africa. I don't know which country you come from, but if you come from a country like my sister, where she comes from, Zimbabwe, you find out that some years back, or even right now, I don't know, there is still a struggle within democratic struggle, in a way that some things are not going in the right direction because there is no rule of law. So, my dear brother, I want you to understand that the constitution gives the power to people. And for example, in my constitution as a Ugandan, by law in the constitution of Uganda, chapter 3 of the laws of the citizens, there is a role of to combat corruption. It is not a role of a member of parliament. It is not a role of, but the role of a citizen is to combat corruption and misuse of government property. It goes down and lies more in the modes of doing that by doing peaceful demonstrations and protests. So it is enshrined within the law, and people are acting within the principles of the law. And more so, as I conclude, I will give you a study case of Uganda if you can make a study case. Uganda had a constitution which had two-term limits, and the same government did away with the constitution and said that no, let's remove the term limit. And then after, when we had the age limit, and when the president saw that the age limit is soon relinquishing and he is reaching to top of the age, he removed the age limit, and the constitution was rendered redundant. So I want to inform you, my dear brother and sister, when you have a tyranny in governance, you can't expect more, but rather than invoke what the constitution entitles you to do in a peaceful manner, in a democratic manner. Back to you, my sister.
Thank you so much. Let's move straight away to Twesi. Twesi, over to you, and then MP after that.
Would you mind if I answer him? Just 1 minute.
You want to respond to who, Mugi?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, if you answer to all of them, because I'm sure they're responding to what you were saying. So you might want to,
Okay.
just respond in one go, if that's all right.
Yeah, Mogi.
No,
Mogi,
I'm
like
saying
just
in one go, as in after they've all spoken, because I'm sure they want to respond to your comments.
Oh no, I'll forget. I thought this was important. I don't know.
Okay,
Just 1
but
minute.
if you're forgetting, okay, go ahead. 1 minute, please.
Okay, Mogi. Just to clarify, I'm not against protests, but I was trying to say solution-based protests. That's what I was trying to say. And also, when you said the constitution, the laws, I'm sure every country has got laws that are against corruption. The only problem that is there is the implementation of the law. Every country has got a law. Basically, having a law does not mean that it won't be there, the corruption won't be there. But the implementation of it, how the law is being applied, or like I said, my solution-based approach was like, why don't you, the young people, why don't you come up with solutions? When you do your protest, you also hand in solutions. And these old people, sometimes they don't know that there are tools that can be used to stop corruption before it happens. That you try, but you can't, because there are tools in place. You, the young people, why don't you because you are now learned, you now get AI and all those things. When in your protests and in your demonstrations, why don't they be solution based as opposed to regime change based? That was my submission.
Sister,
I think my question.
allow me to respond in a 1 minute. That when
Once you've done that, please let's go straight away to the next speaker. Go ahead, Mugi.
when we go about protest, it means the protest comes with demands. Our brothers and sisters, I usually refer to them because they are a blueprint. They came with solutions. You know, when you come for a peaceful demonstration, you have a charter of demands. For example, in Uganda, we are demanding the resignation of the Speaker of Parliament, who is being sanctioned on implications of corruption. We have more other solutions that we like, cutting the salaries of members of parliament, looking into the powers of the parliament, and cutting down the numbers of the ministers. We have some solutions that we think should be acted on. So these are our demands that we are putting forward as we protest. Back to you, my sister.
No, thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's go straight away to Twesi. Twesi, please come through.
Thank you. I wanted to just try and answer Gokwe, like Mucha has done as well. Our systems exist. Our systems are made for the sole purpose of being a tool, a legal tool, of which the will of the people and the voice of the people is shown to those in power. Kenyan protests in Uganda, protests all across the board, they are not vile or beneath people. Protesting is not something that is rogue. Protesting is what you do when the systems themselves or the people that are in power at this given time are not carrying out the will of the populace en masse. When you stand up and you say Mnangagwa has gone into this election and it has gone south, if everybody believes so, everybody has a right to say so. It's not about going into courts. It's not about writing letters, although those are all good routes. When something you have to say, and it's the majority of people have to say it about the way they're living, about how they're being governed, we use protests as a way to tell them this is what must be done. Protests are legal. Protests are not beneath you, they're not beneath anybody. Now, in Kenya, they, like Mudsha said, you keep calling him Mugi, but the name is actually Mudsha. As the Kenyan young people went to the streets, as they kept on protesting, they had those demands with them. As the populace, when you put people into parliament, when you vet people and they enter positions of ministers, as members of cabinet, they do not cease to be accountable to the population and to the people who put them there. Being in a high position of power, riding that high horse of yours, spending all this money that's not meant to be yours, does not mean that you are above the will of the populace who actually put you there. Now, for any situation whereby we have MPs stealing money, allocating themselves very high salaries, like we have in Uganda, where we have a speaker who is demeaning the honor of our sacred house, insulting people left, right, and center, where we, like Mudsha has said earlier, making so much money. Ugandans en masse do not agree with the vile disease that is corruption that is permeating our society. You can say that it's a group of people here and there, but if the whole country, like you saw in Kenya, in every city, in every town, from Garissa all the way to Kisumu, from Mombasa to Turkana, people were saying we do not want this bill. Everybody was saying that the government should not vote for it. They told their MPs, they spoke to them, the people that they gave power. They told them do not vote for it. They did. They went in and voted for it. All of them. They forgot that the power of the state belongs to the people and not one man in State House in Nairobi. These MPs forgot that. And the people stood up to show them that they are the ones in charge. I've been in Nairobi 4 years. And it's not something that a small group of people led by a few here and there. It's not just some small bandit of protesters that led this revolution. It's each and every single person whose M-Pesa account was really, really affected by these laws. Every person who had to live a much harder life because this bill would go through. And moving on and on and on. the lavish extravagance of men and women who are supposed to be representing the people, spending so much money, wearing $10,000 watches, living in the most expensive and lavish ways, buying helicopters every now and then. So, when we have a country, the power of the country belongs to the people. Nothing is negotiable about that. The constituency of the the constituency of the constitution that has been built by the people who founded the country, the constitution that is being built with the input of all the citizenry, must work for us. These laws they work for the people. They don't work for whoever is in charge, or it's not some arbitrary thing. It's a tool owned by the populace. It's not something that must be completely left sacrosanct. If the constitution doesn't work well, it's amended by the people, not just one man who wants to serve out another term. So let me summarize and be clear. Kenyans protesting is nothing beneath anybody. Saying you want change, saying you want something to be done, and the people you've put in power to implement that will and that voice are ignoring you, listening to just one individual who is living lavishly. It is your right as a citizen. It is your right as a citizen when you see your president mocking your own state, dishing out money in campaigns. I'm talking of Zim. When you see situations that you do not enjoy, where there is no honor, where there is shame just permeating around the country when people look at any content coming out of that, how is it possible that in my country, in Uganda, our parliament is just behaving like a nursery school, for goodness sake? Men and women were supposed to be the best that our society has produced. We don't want that any longer. We don't want to see our country shamed on the world stage. We don't want to see our country failing to deliver for its people, for its citizens, the people who matter the most. We want our country to work. We make sure we have our voices heard very well by telling them if they refuse to listen, we increase the pressure on them. That is in protests. That is in picketing. That is in making sure they do not think they're sacrosanct above us all. We are the people of this country and we are having our voices heard. That is why we are marching, not because we don't believe in our institutions. You mentioned about opposition entering parliament and doing just the same and how the institution needs to be changed. All these things only can be changed. Only when the people themselves increase pressure on positions. I think James or Mudsha said earlier, sooner, I think they said earlier about making it hotter for them, making that seat hotter so that nobody, even in reducing the payments that they get every month as salary, do not make that seat as MP, as minister, attractive to people who just want money, who just want a good life. So you reduce their salaries. We call for them to reduce them by going straight to the house and telling them reduce the salaries. We take charge of the country. Make sure that every institution is our own tool as citizens, not theirs to manipulate however much they want. Elections, if they work well, are an excellent tool. But in countries, and this is what Michelle also said earlier, in countries, I think it was James Sooner, I'm not sure. But in countries where the elections and the systems are not working excellently, what do? Whereby the law can be changed any season that comes, whereby this man feels he's too old and the law is barring him, so he changes it. How does he change it? He calls MPs to a retreat somewhere. He gives them envelopes full of money, lots of it, and they vote the way he wants. We want to change that system completely, whereby MPs are not under the power of the presidency, but MPs, ministers, the army, and the presidency itself is all under the will of the people en masse. You only get to know that when you see what happened in Kenya, where the entire country, from Mombasa to Kisumu, from Garissa to Turkana, every single person said, we want this and it must be done. And Ruto, in knowing that he had no way out but to listen to what his people wanted, I hope is starting to enact the change that his young people are demanding. Our Uganda is no different, and neither is Zimbabwe. These countries have been failed for so long. The power belongs to the people is something people keep singing, but we never actually see being realized. How do we change all that? We tell them you will listen to the voice of everybody, all of us, the populace and everyone else included in as the electorate. And if you fail to, you will be removed. If you fail to do this, if you fail to do that, if you're going to parliament to steal, we will remove you. How do we begin? We begin by going to make sure they hear our voices, to know that our Uganda belongs to us, not them, that they work for us, not anybody else in a fancy hat in State House. That they belong to Uganda as much as we do, and we all want our country to grow. But let's be clear and let's not mince any words. MPs work for us as electorate, as citizenry. Every single person in government enjoying those nice cars, those air-conditioned mansions of theirs, they work for Ugandans, all of us, and they have been lazy way too long. Thank you for God and my country.
Oh, thank you so much, Twesigwe. Help me, my brother. It's Twesigwe, right?
It's Twesigwe.
Twesigwe. Okay, thank you so much, my dear. Right, let's go to MP.
Okay, thank you so much, Salani. I think I have, the time I've interacted with people in spaces, I've realized there are Ugandans and internationally Africans who fear something called protests. Whenever they hear protests, they think about forceful change of government. That's why you see Gokwe is repeatedly saying that, forceful change of government. That's why we can't have a normal conversation when people are discussing a protest. You know, because you brought in some issue with RUTO must resign and all that, but like you try to communicate to him like protests bring results. It may not be about, because some people protest about mistreatment of animals. It is a protest, but in Africa, when someone talks about a protest, people immediately their mind goes to forceful change of government. Why? Because they are living under oppression. Some of them are oppressors, and they fear this kind of power that people, if they get the power, then they can act. So it is so much important as a country. What do you guys Africans think about the protest? What do you think when someone goes to the street is just going to remove the government? It's not like that. A protest empowers citizens so that they can stand, you know? But imagine a situation where people are abused and they can't even stand. People are stolen, they can't stand. Are you comfortable in that kind of environment? Then also, I want to pose this question. As always, people, when they speak, I always ask them, you as an individual, what is the solution? Which solution do you offer? For example, you as Gokwe, in a situation where elections have been rigged in your country, in a situation where people are not satisfied with the elections, in a situation where there is a gold mafia that was put on Al Jazeera, that everyone saw, where no government official was arrested, where no criminal was arrested, where all the people that are mentioned in the gold mafia are still at large. So you as an individual, you, Gokwe, what did you do? What did you do, you Gokwe? So in a system that much entrenched with oppression and misuse of power, there is little that you can do in a lawful, in a normal circumstances, which Gokwe calls normal circumstances. Oh, Simanyi, do this and do this, you know. There's nothing that you can do as you, because these guys have more power. They can suppress all the reports. They can suppress. So when he say building system, I want to hear from him, as him, what does he call building system? How do you build a system where from the top to the least person are corrupt? How do you build a system, you as you an individual? Because we should stop posing questions to other people when we also have our heads. So you as you, how do you manage to fight corruption in a normal way without going aggressive, as you said that you call us radical, without expressing yourself with other people to put a situation so that other people can join you and make these thieves scared? Because a protest will scare these thugs. And this is one of the things we're talking about. We may not have the power to build a system right now, but we can start from there. That someone will come next, the next person will come, like Jesse said, the next person who will come will fear to even shoot the protesters, because if the Inspector General of Government has resigned today because he killed the protesters and he has been put on pressure by the Kenyan protesters that you have to resign, that means the next Inspector General of Government will not, unless he's a fool, but he cannot command his people to kill. It is logical, it is understandable, it is human nature that you learn from the mistakes of the past. So now that there is a pressure in the country, in Kenya, for example, if the president has fired all the all I don't know 30 ministers, you the new minister, how do you again go and steal money? I want to go to reason with his understanding. If you are the minister that is replacing one of those ministers that has been chased, will you still be corrupt? Will you still? So some people are downplaying the role of protest, but some of them are just preoccupied with the old concept of protest, and it's maybe that old concept of protest. I think that's what I wanted to say for now.
Yeah, Gokwe, an important question was asked. What would you do?
Okay,
Yeah, please answer that as well, please,
right,
because I'd love to hear your response.
right. I need to answer him. Right, MP. I'm not saying that people are not supposed to protest. That's one. Get me right. You got me wrong at some point. I'm not saying I'm scared of people protesting towards their government or organizations or institutions. No, I never said that. What I said was the protest or demonstrations must be solution based as opposed to anarchic. You see, that was what I was saying. I wanted to correct you there, MP. I never said I'm scared or people should not demonstrate, but it should be a solution based, and it should be within the parameters of the law and the parameters of the constitution. That was my statement. Right. Two, you said this Twisig said, like, okay, in after, like I said before, let's say 2 years into someone, okay, to say citizens should choose after Ruto is sacked, all this, someone said that, so the citizens should choose who goes into cabinet. What sort of government is that? Is there any constitution that says people from the street they choose a minister? So what's the reason for the constitution then? What's the reason for the government then? For the president? Okay, so what I'm trying to say is protests, they must be there and they must be allowed. People are allowed to demonstrate and protest freely, but they should be solution based. That's one. Two, they should not be anarchic. By that I'm trying to say is they should not be abused or misused. I gave an example to say, let's say President Mnangagwa was elected. It's an example by by Zimbabwe, and let's say it was 49-51%. Either way, whether there was irregularities or not, but then he was duly elected. If there were any problems in the election, rigged, of the elections were rigged, there is a way of going to the courts, and if the courts are corrupt, there's a way of escalating to SADC or whatever international community.
Sorry, Gokwe, but it looks like you're looking
No,
at the politicians' side of
no,
things. Are you looking at the
what I'm
citizenry movement side?
no, what I'm trying to say is the citizenry movement, and
He's just looking at politicians, and maybe he's not. I think he came late also. This is
no,
Yeah, that's what I
I'm,
want
no,
to clarify because
no,
Gokwe,
no, what, no,
wait, my brother, 1 second. Basically, what's happening with the protests in Uganda? It's a citizenry led. No one really knows. Actually, there's no politician who's put their name out to say we're the ones organizing this. It's appearing as though it's citizen led. So when
yes,
you talk of
okay,
things of elections, remember it's the political parties that will be contesting. So we usually
Yeah.
look at them being the ones who use those type of the scenario that
Okay.
you're pointing to there. So I want us to come to the point of the citizenry
Okay.
movement and the issue of protests, please.
I was going to come to the. I was just taking the long division. Okay. The citizen-led aspect. I was going to come to there, that we have to remember that we don't live in isolation. This is my thoughts. These are my thoughts. Most or actually some of these citizen-led protests are not necessarily from nowhere. They've got some organizers behind. You see, some of these. Let me give you an example. No. Look, the uprising in Tunisia and all those things. Remember those years, Tunisia, what, all those. There are people behind, and in some cases, okay. I wanted to ask MP, and I want to answer you, MP. You are saying they are citizen-led. Yes, citizens might be mobilized. They mobilize. Obviously, there's mobilization. Who's mobilizing people? Yes, they are citizen-led, but who is mobilizing? That's one. Who is funding those demonstrations or protests? Obviously, there's some form of funding. You see, so obviously we have to. What I'm trying to say is, obviously, every government, they also have got systems in place to make sure that there is law and order in their country. Even in the UK, you can't just say they have to find out what's going on. That's why you find some even Muslim people get in trouble in people like in countries like UK when they're trying to mobilize their people doing whatever. They are religion based or whatever. But these citizen movements, they are obviously led by somebody. They are obviously driven by somebody. They are obviously funded by somebody. Who is funding those?
Okay,
Where
I
is
feel
it
I need to
emanating
give a bit
from?
of
Who's
context. Sorry,
mobilizing people?
gentlemen, 1 second. Sorry, Gokwe, 1 second. I think I kind of see where you're coming from. So let me try to give a bit of context to that. So when you look at the Zimbabwean situation, you all remember 2017 when Mugabe, our late president, was a coup, which wasn't a coup, basically. Later on, when citizens were in, like, the cities and everything, they were in the streets with the army. We found out later on through these spaces where we come here and discuss that politicians and political parties were aware before that eventful day where you saw those images of citizens next to the army and the tankers going into the streets. They were part and parcel of discussions that were happening behind the scenes, and they were all working together to mobilize people. So people would not have known because there wasn't a name to it. No one came through and said, "Oh, yes, us from this opposition party, we're aware of it." But they did know, and they promised each other certain things, although they ended up cheating each other. Later on, we found out. But that's the point that he's trying to make, to say whenever, although it's appearing as though it's citizenry led, right? They might be those who have political in opposition, who have seen that if we come through as opposition into people and say people enter the streets, they won't come in the streets. But if we come in as citizens, because let's also remember this, every politician is also a citizen, right? You cannot run away from being a citizen, even though you may have political ambitions as well, Gokwe. So we still come back to the point of saying we're all citizens at the end of the day before any political jacket. And what it's looking at, what Kenya did and what's happening in Uganda, is that irregardless of whatever sort of what you call it, ambition someone may have or political standing they haven't put a name to say this is we are the ones leading this. They are coming through and joining in as citizens of Uganda. I hope I've helped to clarify that.
My sister, if you could allow me for 1 minute, I wanted to give my brother Goka a history of such a thing that he's trying to speak about. He can go and research about the Velvet Revolution of November 1989 to December 29, 1989. This revolution was a gentle revolution, non-violent transition of power in what was the Czechoslovakia, occurring from 17 November to the day that I've said. The result was the end of 41 years of one-party rule of Czechoslovakia and the subsequent dismantling of the command economy and conversion to a parliamentary republic demonstration of 25th November 1989 in Prague. So the reason why I gave him that history is to show him that it was a citizenry call that led to the downfall of a one-party rule. There was no other political parties by that time. It was one political party that was, putting everything in place. But the people stood up on street and ended the 41-year rule. They were people, these were students, by the way. They were students who woke up and said, no, enough is enough. We need democracy to be upheld in our country. And one thing I want my brother Gopi to know, he's trying to sound as one of Uganda, or as the Ugandan constitution. Sorry to say this, I say you try too, because we are used to hearing what they say. First of all, this movement, as it is the one of Uganda, right now I'm telling you, there is no anyone that is funding the paying anything, but everyone is doing what he or she can do. And platforms, people that are trying to do the mobilization, and even if
Oh, wonderful. Yes, sir, 1 second. I think it's, is it Rayo? Then we've got Sir, and then we've got Kirafi, who's also joined in. So please, let's to also new speakers, and then we'll chime in as well.
Yeah.